What is poppin'? How are we doing? We are ready to kick this off in a way more streamlined fashion than happened yesterday if you caught the crazy debacle that started that stream. This one should go off without a hitch. Fingers crossed. We're about to sit down and mix a song from scratch. Yesterday was part 2 of Outer Space. We started part 1 in stream 14, finished it in 15. In an effort to kind of make these streams more digestible, I plan on being a little shorter with the streams. So 4 hours is the target. Maybe we can get it done a little quicker than that, but that's the goal. What can we get done in that time? And then we'll finish it on the next one if we need to. And most likely, I like to spend a lot of time on flavor and automation, and that has a tendency to fit in its own stream pretty nicely. And if people are interested in that, you can catch those. But this is going to be starting it from jump. So I'm about to open up this session real quick, check out where we're at, and nothing's been done. Auto align has been thrown on, as I like to do, to make sure any multiple mic stuff's in phase. And here you go. You've got a session in front of us with auto align is pretty much the only thing that's been added, with the exception of the stuff I fly in every time. So if you've seen any of these live streams before, I don't want to bore you with that. I plan on posting in some way, shape, or form, giving you guys a little more of this for certain members that are really interested in what exactly is on the template that I import into almost every session, because I think templates change through time. Nobody keeps the same templates, but I've opened up every plugin on my entire template and shared everything with everybody. But to find that, you'd have to go through each stream kind of and figure out what's there. So I have no problem sort of documenting that so you guys can check that out. And we do have a Discord, which we just set up. And I'm really, me and GDP are like, all right, we have it. Great. Now, how do we use this thing? Nobody knows. So we're going to figure it out as we go. And it's a very weird, I don't know, it's just a new setup. And I'm excited to see what happens over there. I know it's about continuing the conversation and sort of having a place to kind of keep stuff, I don't know, push other stuff, keep stuff alive, and go deeper on certain things, maybe post links, attachments, all sorts of crazy stuff. We're going to do it. It's going to be great. Half the fun is some of these awesome AI photos that get generated from the live streams and the crazy lyrics and anything that happens during the live streams. So we may just post a bunch of those at first too, to kind of jump off that place. But it's going to be a cool thing. What's going on, Alex? Alex Christoph in the house. We just started, just now, 2:00 on the dot, and this is just opening talks. We got a session with nothing on it, no VCA groups yet. And before I do anything, I like to sort of play the song and dial in balance and panning. So without further ado, I'm going to just hit play and start going. Now, anybody who is lucky enough to have some kind of an assistant work on your stuff, or if you are the assistant, on a previous day, I recommend doing what I do every time I do have a session, which is import all the tracks, color code everything so that you know what's what. And that includes for a guitar, I have a system where I change the color every time it's a different performance. So I know if I have 3 guitars that are all the exact same shade of green, that's one performance. So that way, without looking at this at all, if I just had this view up, I can tell by the colors what is what. So if you see different shades of green like this, and it doesn't have to be always, there's not that many colors to choose from, and some of us are more colorblind than others. So ideally, for me, it's about if they're next to each other. So this color is kind of close to this color, but I know these are all different performances because I didn't put them next to each other. If this was one, I'd have put this next to this one that's the same. So by judging from that, you can tell 3 bass jams, and I use purple for bass, all the same color, one performance. All the same color, but a different color, this is another performance. The drums, it's all one performance because it's all the same pink. See what I'm saying? So it's that's how I do it. And I put my trigger tracks as different colors just so I know kind of going in what's what from a state of like never knowing what's in the session until I go through and do this on a fresh day. So I don't beat my ears up. So this was the next one, these two acoustics. I know it's one. I actually wrote in this different performances so that because I didn't color code them differently. So I'm going to change that now because I almost just tricked myself into thinking that was one, and without seeing the note that says different performances in the comment. So comments are helpful, but they're not always visible unless you make them visible, and they take up space. So I have a tendency to put comments in when necessary, but they take up space in the session. So since that's the only comments, I'm going to take those out now when we're mixing, and it'll give us a little more room to breathe. This was from a previous mix import. We don't need that. But I'm going to get rid of the comments so that it just tucks us in a little bit. So now we get more room to mix instead of just, this takes up all the slab of everything. And the other thing is, this is just my personal choice, but I like to do inserts, every insert possible, so I can just add as many as I want. But sends, I only do the first 5 because I find I don't always need that second crew of, the second group of 5. And if I do, I'll pop it up into the, go into view and add it. But most of the time, I only need 5. No matter how intricate the session is, it's like, this is 5. I don't need more than that most of the time. And that's with like a bunch of different vocal options, things to send. For drums, it's like 3 usually, that kind of thing. So 5 is enough. I always want to see the I/O, and I always want to see, everything else essentially. Let's see in the edit. So yeah, I want to see the I/O. I want to see track color. I want to see marker controls. That's about it. Like, I don't really need a whole lot else. So some people want to see everything, and I find, a lot of it's not useful for me, especially since I'm not dealing with samples and stuff. I don't need some of the other menu choices to be visible at all times. So when I come in here, let's just play this thing and get kind of a nice rough balance. I want to welcome everybody who's popped in here. And we do have GDP in the house. GDP is going to be flying over Greenland shortly, and pretty crazy. GDP has been in Barcelona, France, Greenland. The dude moves around. Very cool. What else do we got? Does anyone else use brown for dirty bass? Yeah, of course. Of course we do. Colors are such a weird, funny thing, right? I don't know why I went with this, but it's been so long. I've always done pink for drums, and purple for bass. Because to me, drums and bass are closely related, and pink and purple, they go together like 2 peas in a pod. So I like the pink and purple jam. But when I have another bass, like maybe a bass, like a lot of times I'll record 2 performances of bass so we can keep one kind of just bass sound, and then have another one with some fuzz or some weird sounds on it, all the pedals engaged, record one like that, and then sort of blend them together. Because a lot of times, as soon as you process bass, you lose low end. So I sometimes like to see if I can get away with keeping a clean bass there while we add another bass on top of it. It doesn't always work because bass takes up so much space that you can't always do like 2 bass performances. You can't always double the bass and have it sound really good, depending on what the guy's playing, how he's like arranging the lines for it. But I've also had it work just fine. And sometimes you just roll off more low end and you can get all that effect that you want from like the mid range and up, leave the low end on the other bass, and you could be okay. So let's hit play. Let's start jamming.
Get another dance with you. Should've known that. you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I
Okay, that's the track. We're about to go into this thing and attack, attack, attack. Now, I don't know exactly how we're going to do that at first, but I could tell you this, that vocal needs help because it's just so dynamic that like no volume works for it. Let's look at it. It's moving around too much for me. This thing, it's like you could kind of see it in the waveform. It's kind of quiet, then it gets louder, and yada yada. I'm gonna have to mess with this first. It's like, what's the worst part of it to me? That sounds like it needs the most help. Drums, I brought the hi-hat down. That was another worst part of it right there. I'm figuring out how I want to pan these rooms and overheads. The room sound is so good on some of these recordings, like this one. I just like that big, giant studio room sound. And sometimes panning that hard left and right, like 100, 100, could feel a little unnatural. Sometimes the overheads, I keep in close and pan the rooms out a little tighter. I mean, a little wider. But in this case, I may do the opposite and tighten the rooms up a little. Let's listen to these overhead mics. These are like AKG 414s, I think. See, when these are panned hard left and right, you'll get a bigger sense of the cymbals being separated. Now, whether that's helpful or not in this case, I'm not so sure. Let's listen.
I should've known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should've known then when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should've known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
There's harmonies and all. There's cool stuff kind of with the vocal that I'm not hearing at all. So I got to deal with that. First, I'm just panning racks, one rack left, floor right, like 50-50-ish. Let's go down and deal with these vocals, like over here, whereas there's vocals happening, but I'm not hearing them. All right, so let's throw something on so we can start working here. The first step is throw a plugin on and make it a channel strip. That's my way of doing things because you need at least one channel strip on everything. You could pick something like, that just has EQ on the other one, but I like at least one channel strip most of the time. We've worked in all sorts of ways. Using Pultex was arguably my favorite way to work so far, honestly. There's something about, and they're not, we're not talking about a channel strip there. We're just talking about an EQ, but really cool to use both Pultex. If you've never tried that, I recommend it. It's awesome. It's awesome because you get like this feel of, it's just hard to explain. It's the nature of the way the EQ works, how you have the push pull with a crank knob, the attenuate being on its own knob, really. But the frequency choices and the shape of the curves and sort of the inherent characteristics that come with the Pultec when they made it into a plugin, which was them trying to get close to the gear. It does something really cool to use the EQP1A and the MEQ5 on like both of them. It's a very cool thing. In this case, I'm going to go with the SSL channel strip, the B. It's always one of my favorite choices. And I like to usually put it first because if you put like a very colorful channel strip in Drive, like if you put for example, like the Vision or something first and then the SSL after it, because I do like to use two channel strips sometimes. If for no other reason, it gives me two different colors and I don't have to flip through menus when I want to start affecting something I hear in my head. The trick is to do it before you forget. So you have an idea, you want to accomplish it. It might not always work on one channel strip. So I do two flavors of EQ. But if I were to put like a 1081 first into an SSL, I've done that in the past, but what will happen a lot is the SSL, if you wanted to use them in tandem, the SSL is going to be getting like way too much level because of the nature of all that colorful wide Q boosts you're doing on something that's like a Neve or an API. So by putting the SSL first, I'm allowing myself to sort of do surgical moves on something and then potentially hit it with some color afterwards, or just do all the work on that first SSL channel strip if I want and not use the color thing at all. But at least if I do want to use the color thing can usually handle a little more level. The SSL thing is going to struggle a little bit if you start giving it like a lot of information because you just sent it through some very colorful EQ. So that's the logic there. Make sure, so only my colorful tracks need to be selected now. So if I were to put it on everything, I'd be removing some stuff that comes with the template that I don't want to do. So like my template has bass plugins, if you notice, see EQs and saturation stuff on the bass buses. So I don't want to mess with that. I want to throw stuff on all these other tracks that don't. See what I'm saying? So, and we're starting at our second channel because the first one has auto align on it. So everything's been selected. Come in, shift option, second spot, and we'll hit it with the SSL 4KB, which was always my favorite. I recently started using the G all the time, but the B has been my favorite from jump since I started using the G all the time. Because the G wasn't around forever. They just dropped it. So the B came with the thing along with the channel strip 2. And the B was just like a no-brainer. It was like, wow, this has like the flavor I like. And it's also just the compressor sounds kind of different. The whole thing might be considered a little more aggressive sounding than the G, although the G is way more flexible. So it's pick your poison with it. And then our second color for everything, I like to make it something that can run natively so that I don't have to use like the chips in the UAD satellites and eat them all up on whatever EQ this is that might not even get used. It's going to eat up a lot of love. It's going to eat up a lot of the processing power. So I'm going to come in here and pick something that I can have the native processing with. And, even though I say that, the one that I most frequently use is this because it's super efficient on the CPU in terms of the chips. And it is colorful, and it's not only colorful, but it's kind of the perfect combination of everything. So I really do like using the UAD Neve 1081s. And you could tell by the streams, I use it like all the time. I love that thing. But if you guys have seen me use that, and it's not always fun to keep watching the same, like it's so funny. It's like a console is great if you're lucky enough to be able to have the space for it and the money for it and keep, making sure you have a tech around to fix stuff if necessary. Like all those things given, consoles are great. But you do use the same stuff all the time. So do you want that? I don't know. I don't know if you want that. Also, like, what is it? The CQ was a favorite there. The CQ is so cool because it's so colorful and it has that drive circuit on it. So rather than like reach for a bunch of plugins for distortion, having the CQ was a fun bunch of mixes we did also. That was a lot of fun, actually. So I'll throw the 1081s on right now for the moment, but I'm about to do a Good Hertz stream. And the Good Hertz, like tilt, shift, and tone control, like those two EQs are great too. They're both, everything's great. I love a lot of the Good Hertz plugins. So we'll throw this on because I know that it doesn't really affect the chips a whole lot. So you can, these Shark chips and the satellite jams, you could get away with a lot of those. That's why the whole session just got that on it, and the chips didn't really bat an eye. So we're doing well with that so far. Checking out, let's see what the chat's popping right now. The trick, here we go. GDP, Alex Christoph's writing, the trick is to do it before you forget. Yup. Holy moly, dude, I bought myself 2 stacks of sticky notes. It comes in. Yeah, but that could go crazy for you too. If you start making sticky notes, here's the problem with it. You'll have an idea, you'll put it on a sticky note, then you'll fix 3 or 4 other things. Now that thing you put on a sticky note may or may not still apply, or may have, it may actually, the note may need to change or be different. So it's a good thought to never forget stuff. But what I find is because in a mix, everything's like connected to the rest, you could be thinking, wow, that bass sounds too thin. But then once you've sorted out some other stuff, maybe now the bass isn't thin anymore. So you'll look at that and you just can't abide always by exactly what you thought you had to do before if you've made a bunch of tweaks since then. So it's a weird thing where what should you focus on? In my opinion, focus on the stuff that bugs you the most in that order. So in this case, the vocals bugged me the most, so I'm going to start there. And once we get those to kind of sit, we can deal with other stuff. So first thing is first, let's deal with why I can't hear some of these other vocals as well as I want. Now, the compression on the B is nice, so we may not have to add other things. However, for vocals especially, if you've caught any of my streams or anybody mixing around the world forever, most guys, and not just guys, the ladies too, they love the 1176. What are we talking about here? It's an amazing, amazing plugin. It's an amazing piece of gear. It's my favorite hardware compressor for vocals. So I always, it's the go-to. I know a bunch of people who also like a 2A on vocals, and a lot of people like the CL1B. All these things are workable. It's the 1176 is the most, I want to say it's the most versatile and the best to control like unruly vocals. If you've got things sort of working out for you already, sounding okay, you could use a lot of different things. But if they're unruly, the 1176 is such a good tool to like just grab things that want to jump out too much and just whip them into shape. So that's why it's probably my favorite, especially for like a lead vocal that you really want to hear, you want it present, you want it pushing out the speakers. I really like it. The 1176 is the go-to. The CL1B is nice also, but it's not my go-to. I would use a CL1B similar to how I would use like a 2A. If I'm like, oh, this is kind of okay, but it's not doing it, I need something else, like maybe we'll add a 2A, to an 1176, or we'll add the CL1B to an 1176. That's thought process-wise what I do. Less compression on 2 compressors, maybe in that way. So for now, let's just, since this is the lead vocal.
Should've known
So this is before EQing it or anything, because I want to just hear what this vocal is doing. So fast release, kind of slow on the attack, but it's still pretty fast on this thing. And now I'm going to start EQing it once this is on it already. We're EQing into compression, and I could do it on the channel strip, which sometimes works too as your second compressor, but let's see how it goes. Let's look at our compressor when that chorus kicks in. You speed the attack up when it's still being too unruly. You want it to maybe grab a little bit sooner, speed your attack up. Let's look at the background vocals. This is like a double of some sort, I think, this one. I should have known then. I'd never get another dance with you. I should have known then. I'd never get another chance to dance with you. All right, we need a little bit of something to push this to the forefront. RVox can be your friend too. Don't ever sleep on RVox. RVox is one of the best, like, just set it and forget it type compressors going. I should have known then. I'd never get another dance with you. I should have known then. I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Kind of like that little bit of a dirt grit on that thing. And if you're not getting enough, maybe you want something more than just this, that's why I have this other plugin here, so that I can experiment with a little bit of boost in like the middle or something. For a little more presence, it's like you can bring up a nice, 1K. It'll sound very different than doing this on the SSL. I should have known then. I should have known then. Take it out. I should have known then. It just adds a little more aggression to it too. I should have known then. I should have known then. I'd never get another chance to dance with you.
another chance.
I was looking for, like, I hear a boxiness, but I couldn't really find it. So I just located the boxiness in solo. That's like a hunt down something kind of deal. But I heard it without soloing it. Don't, like, look for problems in solo. But go to solo if you got to, like, hunt down a boxiness and figure out where's the worst of that boxiness. We're going to come back to this in a second. I wouldn't say I'm satisfied completely with this at all, but maybe just give it a little bit of love down a little bit lower. Awesome. And if the top end's a little painful in some way, shape, or form, I'm not saying that this is the case here. That's something I love to do on my color EQ. Like the top end on a Neve is nice and brilliantly beautiful. It just shines in a very kind of unconventional way. Same thing with a Pultec. It's really good for top end. Like it's really good for low end and top end of 1A, obviously, but that top end sounds so different when you boost it on a Pultec or on like a 1081 or 1073. Very different than like on a 4K. You know, EB, pick your poison. I still kind of sometimes prefer it on the Neve.
I'd never get another dance with you. I should've known them.
It just can be so much more pleasing sounding. So I boosted some on the 1081 at 10K, and I took down that 8K boost because it was kind of unnecessary once we had that going. Now, we'll kind of go back to this. This is just like the first thing we needed to sort out in order to like get ourselves in a position to rock and roll. Because that's really what this comes down to is like, how do we rock and roll? The way we rock and roll is we move as fast as we can through as many things as we can. Doo-doo. It keeps me from losing track. The trick is to do it before you forget. Yep. For sure, man. Losing track is the worst thing. What's going on? Armand G. Bryan. I think I'm saying that right. Maybe not. Armangribian. Nice. What's poppin', man? Thanks for joining us. Pongmaster, thanks for joining us too. Yep, we're in the early stages of bringing stuff up and trying to get stuff in shape, and I'm starting with vocals. That's like the recap. The first thing we're doing is start with vocals because they are in need of mix. In need of mix. So we're rocking. Maybe a little tuning too, but we will go to that in a second. I never reach for the tuning until I get like really bugged for a long time because I like the natural sounding imperfections. I kind of like it. I don't want to just robot it up. These should both be like a double of each other, so that's why I'm copying the settings over. It's not something I would typically do, but if their performances are the same, you could do it. And then I might tweak the color EQ from here to make the left and right different. So like correcting problems or figuring out if it's super dark, take up some top end, but then make it different. Like still focus on if you have something pan left and right, making it the same might be good for a background because it will make it blend in. If you want things super wide sounding, you have to make the left different from the right. That's like a part of making things wide. If they sound the same, they fall back. If they sound different, they stick out. So we're going to look at the 1081 as our color EQ and see where, let's pick a different part in the track. You pick up something by using a compressor like this, which is you might not need to hit a distortion, something like a decapitator or a devil lock or anything for flavor saturation. You get some of that with a blue stripe. So it avoids the need sometimes for more. If I wanted clean, I might go with the blackface version that has a way cleaner sound. In UA terms, it's like the AE it has the 2-to-1, and you could really kind of make it even more delicate of a compressor if you want. A little less flavor to it. I think it's the AE. There's a bunch of weird lettered initials after some of them. And I may also slap a de-esser on the front, because with compression comes de-essing issues if you compress a lot. And in this case, these vocals kind of need a little bit. Nothing was used on the way in at all, which sometimes means you need to use either one compressor or two at least, hitting them a little bit less on each, but two compressors never hurt nobody that didn't have any compression on the way in at all, like the case here. That's why you can see some of these peaks are really peaking above where the rest of it is, but it's fairly, I mean, it looks better than it is. If we went like this, you'd see how it's pretty dynamic, a little too dynamic. Let's see.
To your poison, I should have known then, when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should have known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. Oh, I could never be yours and you could never be mine. Oh, I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Oh, I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Oh, I have died.
I'm going to pop over real quick, see some stuff happening here. Nice. We got, I appreciate that, GDP. GDP is going to be over Greenland in a while. Ask how much it would cost to buy it. I hope they accept credit cards. Otherwise, let's just send Alpha Force. Now I'm in Grenada. Wow, Grenada. I think it's Grenada. That sounds right. Awesome. And what else we got? We got XC Fly. The track let me think of Led Zeppelin, Since I've Been Loving You. Awesome. That's, dude, thank you. That's such a huge compliment, because I freaking love Led Zeppelin, bottom line. The other day I was hanging out with my bass player, who the dude on this and almost every track, he's like my go-to longtime buddy / the best bass player of all time. I'm hanging out with him, and his father-in-law was around too. It was for New Year's, and he was asking, he's like, what would you say your favorite band is? It was like me, my buddy, and the bass player, Paulie T, and everyone was answering the question. And a really good friend of mine said the band is his favorite band. I said Led Zeppelin, and Paulie T from B, the bass player on this track, said the Chili Peppers. But I know, like, me and him are so close. Like, he's Led Zeppelin is probably his number 2. You know, it's just, if we had to pick one, you know, it's like, arguably for me as a band, I'd have to say Zeppelin. And if I was going to say, you know, as like one person, who would I pick? It would probably be Hendrix for me. But as a band, I don't think anybody tops the feeling I get when I listen to Zeppelin songs. And it's all across the board. There's just so much great music that Zeppelin has written. It's like absolutely insane, the stuff that they accomplished in such a short time, relatively, you know, when they had Bonham, and it's just such amazing high level writing, everything. I mean, just really cool stuff. The whole every performance is amazing. So XC Fly wrote, for the drummers, a must see, Snarky Puppy and Metropole Orchestra Recurrent. Nice. Snarky Puppy is awesome. Snarky Puppy, and I got to check that out. And Metropole Orchestra Recurrent. Nice. And Wolfpack and MSG. Oh, 100%, man. Wolfpack in MSG is one of the best live performances going. I mean, a sick show. They played amazing. But I love Wolfpack also. And Wolfpack and MSG with Bernard Purdie. That was recently. It was fairly recently, I remember that. And they've added a ton of songs since then. If you haven't caught it, check out. Like, I love how Jack drops albums on YouTube, like full-length albums with music videos that are weird and unique and cool. There's just very, like, he's not trying to be anything other than his weird self. It's awesome. And these songs are just, they're very cool. And some of them are kind of a departure from typical Wolfpack stuff. It's this cool, weird, other like persona thing he created, Wolfman or whatever. It's just interesting and weird and cool. Like, there's a very kind of like emo sounding track on there that's really good. So many of the tracks are awesome. But yeah, I'm a huge fan. Right Sound Studios, what's poppin'? I appreciate you stopping through, checking out the live stream. Now is MSG 2. Yeah, so the first MSG one I saw by Wolfpack was amazing. The second one with Bernard Purdie, also amazing. The first one does not feature Bernard Purdie. They're both worth watching. Amazing. And yeah, good stuff, man. I also saw a video that you guys should catch if you're, if you're watching this channel, you're probably into the sound part of things, the engineering side. The dude who does sound for Wolfpack has an awesome video where he kind of walks through his whole rig and like the front of house and like what they're doing. They're using an Allen and Heath, like most people use. They use like a digital console for live because there's nothing that beats that for what you need to do in a live situation. So, and I know a lot of guys don't, like Dave Natal doesn't use a digital console, but the Wolfpack guys are using two identical Allen and Heath consoles, one for monitors and one for front of house. It's pretty cool stuff. But that whole walkthrough is a sick video. I think it's at Red Rocks. They do the walkthrough. Like, it's pretty sick. Very cool, worth watching. But yeah. Write this stuff down on Post-it so you don't have to jump and listen to it now. It'll be there, I promise. If you got questions about anything we're doing here, throw it in there. Alex Christoph, drums, chow mein, making me hungry, man. Jamaican me hungry over there. That's what's up. But yeah, I think we all know MSG, now I want chow mein. Now I get that. MSG too. Yeah, for sure. To be honest, what is it? What's my favorite? It's Mushu pork. Mushu pork with the pancakes, with that plum sauce or whatever it is. They call it Mushu sauce, but we both know it's plum sauce. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if there's a distinction. Somebody let me know. I think it's all plum sauce. It's just like that purple, sweet awesomeness. But a place that makes good Mushu pork is essential as far as I'm concerned. Ridiculous. So let's keep her moving. Back to the jam. Any cool stuff, you throw it in there. We'll get to it. We will get to it.
Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
When I reach for a de-esser, I usually do it on anything that's not a lead first. I'll go with the lead, but I want to dial the lead in last most times because the lead, you can get away with a lot more de-essing on everything in the background, but whatever's the focus that is super important to the listener, if you over de-ess, it might be a problem, and you won't even need to at all if you get rid of the S's on the backgrounds and the doubles and whatever else is there, if you get more of those gone, then the lead does the S, and you don't need 6 vocalists doubling a freaking sound. You know what I'm saying? That's what happens. Every vocalist is saying the same word that has this S in it, or this SH, or this T, or this whatever it is. It's creating like way too much of that sound because it's on all these vocals. It's already annoying, but now put it on 6 vocals, it's worse. So that's the thought process behind always hit your backgrounds first. And I'll do it with Oxford because that's definitely my favorite suppressor, this one. I like the Weiss too, but the Weiss is great for the lead. Sometimes I'll use this for everything because it's, I like the way it looks. I like the layout. I've been using it for a while too. So even though Oxford plugins all look like they were made in like 1984, that's amazing though to me. Like I like that. There's something about it. The way the graph looks, you notice whatever pops up the most is usually the area you need to focus on and tackle. So it just makes things super easy. And then the way you tackle it is you just lower the threshold and decide how hot do you want this ratio. If you look at the numbers down here, as we go this way, we're at the heavy comp zone, we're at the cut zone. So if you want it to kind of not be noticeable, you stick up in here. If you want it to be a little more noticeable, you be in here. So backups, I'm usually somewhere in this zone, as a starting point. And then I will dial in exactly where it is. My focus is usually somewhere between, 4K and 8K as a rough estimate of something. Recently, there was a couple vocals that were like 8.3, a little above 8. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. But generally, like somewhere in that zone. And we'll find them right here. But and also, sometimes you pick up a preset as a start. Like, for example, this whistle control is a good start because it's super tight. And then you just expand whichever way you have to. But the rest of this stuff is a super heavy comp, so you can go backwards. So I kind of like that. It starts with like super aggressive settings that you can then relax. I like that. As sometimes instead of going the other way. Same concept is like make something too loud on a fader and then lower it into position. It's like you make it loud where it's too loud and then you back it down. Well, you kind of doing a similar thing with this. You make it do way too much where it's obvious and doesn't belong, and then you back it up a smidge. And this is a good case where you might want to just paste the stuff, because if it was recorded same mic, it's going to be pretty close on most of the tracks, and it'll tell you if your settings are way off or if they're close. Once you put it on all the vocals, it'll give you a clue. Now, like I said, all the vocals except the lead, which is really, this track has 4 vocals. Lead, this is a double, which I might want to label as double, so I know it's just a double of the lead, it looks like, as far as I can tell. And this is a high back. This is a high back left, and the other one's a high back right. Meaning background, a higher note, and they're panned left and right. Just so like I can know real quick what I'm looking at. But these are the doubles of each other also. So it makes sense if I'm going to go wide, I'll go wide with the left and right pair. The double, I may just put underneath the lead and let the lead rock down the center. Now, a lot of times, too, I will wet the double up with some sort of reverb or chorus or some weird sound, but like make it splashy. Lower the volume and then put it underneath. That way it'll get out of the way of the lead.
I should've known them.
Now, I could do that on background tracks and keep this one kind of, like when I say, I mean these, not background tracks, auxiliary buses, like that you might run in parallel. Like, for example, let's look at what's going on. This is being sent to the mix bus. 5060 is my mix bus. These tracks are going to the 5060 also, but if I want 95, I turn this on. So it's a typical like send formation, but it allows me to hit a lot of things. If I want the harmonizer and the little plate, I would turn on 107, 108. So I'm turning that on. It's already set up. This is part of how I set every session up. It's good to go to at least send negative 10.2 dB. It's as close as you can get to negative 10 when you raise the fader. It goes to negative 10.2. Don't ask me why. And then FMP critical, so it follows the main pan. So that means it doesn't matter if I keep it down the center, but on something like this that's left or right, I want the effects to follow the main pan. And then there's always one that's a sidechain ducker. So that means I can hit it with more verb if I duck the amount going in to the verb. Or in our case, I mean the opposite. The amount coming out of the verb, it gets ducked. See, it little plates first, so I can hit it with a ton of little plate, and then the R comp chokes it, and then when that vocal's done saying whatever it says, the R comp's going to let it go. So you get just the tails, really. You get like the ends of the phrases, so it gets out of the way. Very critical thing, and that's the key on this R comp is kickstem.l, because it's organized the same way my sock draw is. I don't always put the two socks together like a crazy person. I just take the socks and I throw them in the drawer, and then I pull out ones that look similar when I need to use socks. Very similar to kickstem.l. It's not a kickstem, but that's what it's labeled. Welcome to the rock. All right, here we go. So now we're going to get a little love from this thing over here. Yup. Pull your punches on those S's. Soften that vocal. Very true. Very true, Alex Christoph. It's where we're about right now. We're about that world. We bout that world. We bout that life. I should have known that I'd be addicted to your poison. I'm also just gonna throw something on here. What should we put? Maybe just a Lex. A good old lexicon. I'm a huge lexicon fan. I never had one of these sitting on my desk like so many other people did, but I was always like, I want one of those on my desk. You know, connected to the jam. I always wanted one. So I pull it up all the time on things. I should have known that. It's going to just give a little life to. I should have known that. And this is a double. I'm not a huge fan of making the double super obvious. So the more we wet it down, the more we can kind of tuck it under. It won't get in the way, and it might kind of make the lead stand out a bit more rather than have it fight for space with a double. I should have known that. And don't be afraid to use the doubler function on here. It's like a very weird sounding, doesn't sound like any other weird like pseudo chorusy double. It's its own kind of flavor to it. I should have known that. Interesting. I should have known that. I'd never get another chance. The delay factor on it's bugging me a little, so I'm gonna switch to something else. I should have known that. I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance. I have died and So that's okay for the double. On the lead vocal, I'm going to do what I would typically do and send it to a bunch of other things. Now, I usually don't throw on effects so early, but like I said, this is what needed the most help to me, so I'm starting there. Now, with our bass, I'm also planning on moving to the next thing, like kick, bass, snare. Let's run there real quick. See how quick we could dial it in. That's the goal. How quick can you dial? Chance with you. Should've known that I could never be your friend. I should've known that I'd never get another dance with you. I should've known that I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Another trick that I like to do sometimes, if that doesn't work, where it's like, nah, I want to hear the double more, go to like an Octavox and move pitches around. If you have Octavox, you could do it there. You could do it with any pitch shift plugin, but essentially it's the few cents down, few cents up, kind of, create extra thickness. I like to do that not on the lead, but on the background, like the double. There's something that's tucked underneath because it'll give you thickness and it won't be distracting. You can keep the lead super crisp and clean if you want, if you do it that way. Now, Octavox, very weird plugin, but it's exactly what you'd expect it to be, which is just like, okay, how many freaking controls does one need? 8, obviously, because it's Octavox. What are we dealing with? This ain't freaking Hexavox. This is Octavox. You know what I'm saying? It ain't Tetravox. It's Octavox. So we're sitting over here. So many controls we don't know what to do with nothing. Sometimes you just go in and just start turning stuff off and just turn it into the plugin you want, which is like 3 controls. Okay. Like, there's no right or wrong. Maybe we want these 3. Maybe we want a lot less than even those 3, but we'll see. And just sort of, it's moving the stuff, it's plus a fifth, a unison at where it's at, and then 4 cents up. That might work. Who knows? Let's listen to it. Perfect. It sounds like my foot on a bad day. It's exactly what I was going for. Not. Let's make this thing a unison and just mess with the cents. So we'll go up 4 cents. We'll go up. Maybe we don't even need that much, but we'll start with 3 cents, 4 cents, and maybe the unit. We need 1 unison to live, so it's exactly where it is now. Maybe we'll go a little more than that. We'll go like 7 or 8. 4, 7, 0. It's a little more able to be taken now. So some of that cool kind of weird throwy stuff is just part of what's going on. There's also sometimes there's effects built into this thing that you would turn off if you didn't want that delay thing. But sometimes it just has a tendency to work for you. So you don't really need to mess with it that much. But this has a weird delay function in it. So if you turn this off, another chance to dance with you. That weird delay is coming from that plugin. Another chance to dance with you. Another chance to dance with you. Another chance to dance with you. Let's get rid of the time. Another chance to dance with you. Yeah, so just getting rid of the time helps, and you can even bring the feedback up a little bit, but get rid of the another chance to dance with you. Sometimes I like to just peek the little tiny bits of time, like teeny weeny yellow polka dot bikini style. Another chance to dance with you. Just kind of creeping back there. Another chance to dance with you. Now for my lead, it's the same thing. One of these is ducking a compressor, and that's the M7R. Is wherever you see R comp, it has a key of this to duck after a plate or an Echo Boy or tape echo into Echo Boy. There's something there. Okay, so anytime you see R comp, that's why I like R comp. It has a nice key, super easy functions to use. I like to just, most of this is like stock out the box, and I just adjust threshold and ratio to taste, but that kind of thing. It's a very good compressor for side chaining. Any one will really do, honestly. You don't need that, but it's the R stuff has been in my arsenal the longest, so a lot of it just existed forever on templates, and it's like, why change it? Why fix it if it ain't broke? Let's go to kick and bass and start working on some real stuff. Now, I may start right on the 4KB. I gotta take this off. I'm going to use the filter, I think, on there to just tighten things up a little more at the bottom than you get with the Neve filter. But I don't know if I was liking the way that this kick sits with this. Another thing you should pay attention to is your clip gain. If I'm coming in too hot where I can't do nothing without lowering the input a ton, I'm gotta adjust the clip gain right on the track. Don't be afraid to really bring stuff down if you want. And for flavor, you bring stuff down so you can then maybe bring up saturation either in the plugin in this case right there, or Devil Lock or something like that. But this kick sounds pretty good on its own, so I'm not sure I want to start dialing in tons of saturation. But it tightens it up. So if you get a wide kick you don't love and you use some saturation, it will tighten it up, especially the SSL saturation. It's very it de-widens is a good way to put it. It's a de-widener, that saturation knob. Never get another chance with you. Should've known that I could never be off. Also, if you raise something 12 dB, you're going to have to compensate on the output side. It's not a whole lot of way around that. That's just part of the deal, unless you've got way more than 12 dB headroom going in. Never get another chance with you. Should've known that I could never be your friend. I should've known that I'd never get another dance with you. I should've known that I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should've known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should've known then I'd be a I should've known then when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should've known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. You notice how the dynamics are such where they get quieter? I may actually go in here and clip gain this a little different because that's strange to me that it would start loud. What this looks like is during the engineering, something got lowered while it was happening. Is why the back end of this is lower than the front end. Like, it was hitting stuff a little hard, and then it got pulled down. That's kind of what it looks like. All right, check this out. I'm looking at chats right now. Let's see what's popping over here. We got... What's going on? I want to say what's up to a bunch of people. Pongmaster, that's an awesome comment too. I could see a mix similar to David Bowie's Dark Star. Yeah, well, I love Bowie. I'm a fan. The reason I love Bowie stuff too is because every mix of a Bowie song is such a... You could tell that, like, David was a fan of giving people freedom to do stuff without being like, but I want more of this. Like, can you make it sound more like this? Because they just sound very different than other things happening at the time. Each has its own personality. I don't know. That's how my take on Bowie stuff is. There was a lot of freedom there. And Bowie was such a, someone expressing his artistic everything in every second of the day that I feel like he was also giving that to other people that were working with him. That's the vibe I get from a lot of Bowie stuff. So there's a lot of coolness, and there's not just the songs are allowed to be what they are, as opposed to trying to make them fit into some other box or something. Yeah, Right Sound Studios, good call. 4KB is kind of vibey, a little dirty. Definitely. It is. Using a 4KB as like the surgical thing is like a joke, because it is the most vibey of the SSL stuff as far as I'm concerned. For me, that's how I would look at it. Niles wrote, I can't find a real use for RComp. People say it can bring vocals forward, but I've never gotten that from it. RComp is just like any other kind of regular. The cool thing about it is you have the electro or the opto, so you get 2A or 76 in one plugin. It's very generic sounding compressor, but it does have those two flavors. The people might be referring to our Vox, like that plugin is the one kind of set it all, just make make it kind of, I'll throw it on something so you could hear what I'm talking about, but basically you could get very aggressive with that, and the gate on it is great. It's a really good gate built into a vocal plugin, which is like the most necessity. Like, that's the perfect positioning for a gate, right on the freaking compressor. I love that. And it does sound really good. It will make your vocal sound forward, especially if you put it early in the chain. Like, when I used to use RVox a lot, I used to put it really early. Like, sometimes EQ into it, but a lot of times that first, then the EQ. Put the RVox smack as the first plugin kind of thing. It's a thought, something to maybe consider. We got what is that? Nobit Toolit. I don't know. Nobit Toolit, whatever that is. Nobit Toolit. Nice. Got it. Finally. Can you please show us how to blend like double or harmony vocal perfectly with the lead vocal? Yeah. Yeah, it's... First of all, there is no perfect. There's only opinions. There's just opinion city when it comes to a mix. One guy will think it blends perfect. The other one will be like, I if I can hear it, it's not blending perfect. Because those are the two schools of thought. If you can, like, you want it to be felt and not heard is a school of thought for harmony and things like that, especially doubles. But if you want to really, like, clearly hear all of them, work out your panning first. Figure out where things are going to get panned. Don't put it all in the same place. Don't put it all down the center. Don't, like, if you've got harmonies, what's the structure we're talking about? How's the house built? Is it a multi-level? Is this a kitchen, living room? What's on the ground floor? You got your vocal that's lead in the center, let's say. Now, what else do you have? You have two harmonies, two notes, and doubles of those. Well, I might go 25-25 or 30-30 with the middle harmony, then the high harmony, pan that super wide, 100-100 or something like that. So I'm deciding based on what I have, where things go, because every song you're going to have different stuff. In this one, there's 4 vocals. You got a lead, a double, and 2 of these high vocals. So the thought is high vocals out wide, double kind of in the center where it's felt but not heard, and the lead can run the show. And when it comes to, there's literally EQ the stuff so that you're thinking, based on like what I'm explaining, if you want to hear them clearly, you can't like make the backgrounds dark necessarily. You need to keep them sounding closer to the lead. If you're okay with feeling them and not hearing them, I might darken the backgrounds a bit and let the lead take the air. So everything can't occupy the same space. So the thought of like just dial in the EQ once and copy it to every track is crazy to me. It's a crazy thought. Even if you start with that, you got to tweak it at some point a little bit. If it's a different note, if it's a different vocalist, if they're singing something else, like a kind of a counterpoint, like just a oohs and ahs, whatever it is, depending on what they're singing, what the note is, if it's the same vocalist or not, same mic it was recorded on or not, it's going to require different EQ moves. But, as a starting point, it can't hurt to, before you start EQing, control them, which is what I did in this track. Just control the vocals first so things aren't jumping out at you. It's impossible to EQ stuff if you can't pin it down. If you can't, it's like try to paint a face on a bird. Catch it first, then paint the face. How are you going to paint the face while it's flying? It's kind of like that, trying to EQ a vocal that's all over the place. You got to pin that thing down. Then you can face paint that santo. You get what I'm saying. What else? Niles wrote, new SSL plugins today. What? Oh, yeah, teamed up with Sonable. I saw that. You know what? I saw that. There's nothing I hate more than a commercial for a plugin that starts out with people saying, I got to show you how to use this new mastering plugin. It's like, it's an AI mastering plugin, blah, blah. I don't want to hear it. Stay out of my feed with that. I hate that stuff. It's like, none of it. I just don't like any of it. All that, anything like that is like, I'll jump on that train never, probably, because I've had such bad experiences trying anything related to like, let this thing determine what it needs. Have you seen the White Sea Studio video where he's like, hits the button, he tries out some of the stuff and he's like, I don't know. He's like, it's not what I want this to do. It does its own thing. So I hate fighting with a plugin because it's doing its own thing. It's one thing to fight with a plugin because it's doing things and you are the one that's like trying to make it something and you're fighting with it to get there. But when it's fighting you, that's hard. That's like, you're trying to scrape something out of a bowl. Someone else is holding it and you're trying to get somewhere and they keep twisting the bowl and moving it. It's like, stop moving. Just stay there. So anyway. But yeah. Right Sound Studios. The algorithm for Nietzsche is Niles is following him. He's following you around, bro. I don't know. You're both welcome over here, so everybody can come chill over here in the mixing store that never closes, in which we sell no gear, right here at Custom Cut Studios. This is the spot. We got auto plugin. Some people were getting mad in the comments. It's like a tool. Use it or don't. Yeah, kind of. But like I said, it's a tool that fights you because it does something weird. It's not a tool for people who like tools. I think it's a tool for people who want things done for them so that they don't have to use tools. In a way. It's weird. Niles wrote, agreed, I keep coming back to Stephen King doesn't care if John Grisham is using a typewriter or a ghostwriter. He's got a Cujo to write. That's a good point. Yep, Tony Visconti. It rings a bell. Kind of rings a bell. Right Sound Studios. I've seen people use Arvox subtly with a slew of other plugins. Yeah, Arvox has been around. It's it's considered one of a lot of people's favorite compressors still to this day because the gate is so flawless and the way it works is nice. It's just a nice compressor for controlling things easily and quickly. It also sounds very different than all the rest. Like every compressor has a thing. You know, you could call an 1176 like throaty kind of. It almost sounds you can make it kind of sound nasal, especially the blue stripe if you want. It's nasal or throaty. It's like heady. Whereas I find Arvox a little more chesty. Same with like I don't know what else. Like a 2A is very kind of a 2A can sound soft. It makes things punch less. Which is kind of cool sometimes. Like it'll control a bass really well because a big problem on bass a lot is too much attack. So it just kind of has a nice way of it's almost in the release, I think, of the 2A. Why I like it a lot on bass. It's the release of it. It slows things down so it makes it nice and consistent and gooey rather than just like popping off like it was never there and then goes back to the maximum of the sound. That it's kind of like a variable slow release on a 2A. It's very cool. It's program dependent based on like how it works, but it kind of does this like change of speed thing. That's kind of characteristic of the Opto style compressor. What do we got? I spent too much. Niles wrote, I spent too much money on rando compressors for me to find out that RComp or RVox works best. Sunk cost fallacy here. Yep. It's funny but true. I was talking about this with GDP earlier. If you get any sort of benefit in terms of even confidence from using anything, like the plugin you've used all the time, it's a worthwhile plugin to use. Shouldn't be considered a waste because worth it means different things, and one of them is confidence, ease of use, just how like ease of use and confidence, the two most important things. You need no third there. The way it sounds, the subtleties and different flavors almost come second to ease of use and confidence. So yeah. Hate the face of the bird. Towman 7729. What's poppin', man? The SSL stuff specifically seems like stuff we know doesn't work. AI definitely can't EQ. It probably can't do bus compressor well. I'm still not sure I can hear compression. I just started being able to feel it like a month ago. The best way to hear it is to overdo it and then, overdo it on a group of stuff. That's a super or a vocal. Like certain things, it makes it super easy to hear what it's doing. If you put no compression on a vocal and then all of a sudden you slam it and you compare the two, you're going to notice, especially if you turn things to like fast as it goes, like make the thing work as hard as it can, which means not slow attack, fast release, all buttons in on an 1176, and listen to how much you hear of breaths, S's, T's, cuz. So it's basically smushing. And now, because everything's the same level, you hear so much of the quiet stuff, and the loud stuff got turned down, but it just that's to me is the easiest way to start hearing it. Another cool way to do it is throw it on a bass that's unruly. Something that with a lot of loud finger pops and stuff, and it's not consistent at all. So it gets very loud, very quiet, and really hit that bass with fast attack and slow the release down a lot. Then print it and look at the difference. Compare the wave with it and without it. So just that right there will start to give you a sense of what's happening. It's chopping the transient because the attack's so fast. It's also taking the backside of it, and instead of it popping back like it wasn't on, it's holding. So it's consistent. It's giving you a blob. And to me, it's like sweet bass, warm, mushy goodness when that happens. But that's the kind of thing. It's like overuse it to figure out what things do. I just learned that an 1176 can start to handle sibilants. Anything can do a lot of things, but the nature of a compressor is going to be to bring out the quieter parts, because as you take the level down of the parts that are loud, you're making the loudest part closer to the quiet part. So if you think about it, like we're taking level down on things that are too loud, now all of a sudden the low and the loud is way closer to each other. Now when you make everything louder through makeup gain, all of a sudden you've got S's, T's, breaths, everything gets way louder. It definitely doesn't get more controlled. It gets louder. So, what you can do is, I wouldn't do it. I would use another tool. But what a multi-band compressor, that's what a de-esser is. It's a multi-band compressor, but it's fixed on one specific area where it's going to take your S's that's whatever, the cuz, the T's, the whatever. If that's popping out, it's going to bring that down, and that's can be focused to go as hard as you want in that one little section that happens to be the repetitive, annoying noise, whatever it is. All de-essers have a sound too. So that's why I have 7 de-essers or something, because the old school Waves de-esser is great for a lot of things. Like it's the R de-esser, different Waves de-esser, is also great for a lot of things. The de-esser in the Sheps Omni channel is pretty good. The Weiss de-esser, or Weiss, however you pronounce it, super amazing. Oxford de-esser, amazing. Fabfield de-esser, very good also. But they're good for different things. Like none of these is just a one trick always going to use, and like I said, I'll reach for the old school Waves de-esser that has the Pensado presets from like back in the day on it, because it's so, sometimes you need a really aggressive sounding kind of, it has a flavor. It sounds weird to say, but de-essers have flavors because they're compressors. So if what I would say is you can control it if that's the loudest thing, but it's not usual. I would say it's not usually the loudest thing. It's usually just an annoying thing. And, you want to control the annoying part without controlling the rest. So I don't know if I would use an 1176 to do it. That's all. But yeah, it's, Niles wrote, only reason I bought a new mic so I don't have to fool around with de-essers anymore. I could never figure it out. Yeah. De-essers is just like the other things, man. The closest you can get to figuring out how to use a de-esser is you got to use something that makes sense to you, first of all. So like the simplest de-esser would be the Waves one, probably, because there's one freaking threshold, like how low do you want it, and then where do you set it, right? But if you look at the Oxford, the reason I like this one so much is because if you set it and you really jam these things down to where it's cutting out, you will get a vocal that sounds so unnatural when it's set right. Like if it's the S's you're trying to get rid of, you'll find that S and it will disappear and it'll sound weird. And then you bring back as much as you want. If it's T's, if it's cuz, if it's sh is different than s, s is higher up than sh. So it's like, where is our problem? And I think understanding that is a symptom of just doing it enough, but the same way, overdo it, slam it with a de-esser, then back it off until it sounds fine to you. Also stop focusing on the S's so much if you can help it, because they'll always sound bad as long as you focus on them. You got to sort of get back zoomed out again.
Never get another chance with you. Should've known that I could never be off. I should've known that I'd never get another dance with you. I should've known that I'd never get another chance to dance with you.
So if you notice, same thing, it's how I set most compressors. You overdo and then you back it off. And the same kind of thing with, The only reason you might not do that is if you kind of know going in, this is the settings I want to use because they've worked 100 times before, so I'm going to start there. And sometimes that works, and you're still going to have to tweak. But when it comes to like the snare bottom, it's a mic not a lot of people use or feature very loudly. I like it because it adds brightness. So if I want to bring up the top end on the snare top mic, it's very common for people to point that mic at the snare but not take into account where the hi-hat is. If you put the null point of that mic where the hi-hat is, you're way better off, because that hi-hat will be too loud 9 out of 10 times if the mic's positioned wrong. So if it's too far back and it's kind of too high up, you'll get a lot of this. Whereas if you point it closer towards the skin, down, away from the hi-hat, it will sound better 9 out of 10 times, and that top mic will be way more usable. But very common thing is you can't turn up the top end of the snare that much because the hi-hat's going to bleed into it and cause problems. Could you gate? Yes, but I've said before, you overgate things when you have no choice, and the more natural that snare's, the most natural it's going to sound is when it's not super gated. That's the most natural. So if we're trying to keep the snare less gated, you might not want to take the top end up a lot on it because that hi-hat starts to peak out too much. When you get your bottom snare mic and blend it in that at the right level, a lot of times the bottom, because of the nature of where it is kind of farther away, you'll be able to get the hi-hat to be like a distant memory and just use the snare bottom as your top end of your snare. It doesn't always work, but it's a good tip to like use more snare bottom and less top end on the snare mic itself.
Never be our friend. I should have known then. I'd never get another dance with you. I should have known then. I'd never get another chance.
Listen to how dark my snare is and how all the brightness is on the bottom.
Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
Now I can hit this with a little bit of compression or devil lock or something to bring it up, and maybe we'll hit it with the DBX. Sometimes it's a little too grabby for me, but let's see.
Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should have known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should have known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should have known then when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should have known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
Hear that hi-hat? So we're going to attack that by going to something. I might do it on the gate first, but if I were to come in here and kind of see what I got going on that might be bringing that up. But it's mostly that 6K zone I want to take down. That's like the first culprit. And I might do it prior to the 4K completely. This is a really good gate. There's so many gates. This is one of the few times, like, gating is a good example of things I like to use these sort of intelligent plugins for. Like, stem splitting is another. Stem splitting is basically gating. You're gating everything but the thing you want, and it does it really well. You know, the tools we have today that didn't exist years ago. Well, that's a very similar way I look at gating. It's like, okay, I want to gate this from this. How is that different from stem splitting? To me, it's not any different. So why not use something that's intelligent for something like that? Whereas the other gate that's my favorite is the SSL gate, of course. So one of those is usually the answer. It just removed the hi-hat completely. I'm literally just kissing this thing. Just kissing it. Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Just kissing it, Niles. Smooth the sucker out is right, man. Just smooth that sucker right out. Now, listen. I just want to show you this bottom snare and the hi-hat relation. You hardly hear any of that hi-hat. Whereas on the snare top, it's there. It's super there. And this was a very well-engineered project. So there's no question that that's just a symptom of compressing and bringing up the snare to where you might want. You're going to get some hi-hat. So I really like getting a lot of the top end from the bottom snare. I'm a fan of that. And there's also some cymbal bleed in these racks. But it's really kind of faint, and it doesn't sound like there's a whole lot of racks being played at all, like maybe here. The naturalness of this isn't hurting us too badly. It's actually kind of sounding okay. I may just slap that gate on the floor and the rack also. Anyway, the same gate we just used a second ago. It's called Silencer, Black Salt Audio. It's one of my only plugins from them that I have. Actually, why don't I just start here? Which one is this? It's the small one. And this is our floor. I'm not sure what what do you call it? If this selection works in tandem with this or not. I'm really not sure, to be honest with you. So like in this case, clearly snare top, snare bottom. There's only one tom choice. It's just interesting to me how when you select a preset, it doesn't go there too. So I don't use it that often. I don't know if you could tell. I don't use it that often. I use the gate on the SSL 100 times more often, but I found a lot of use for it when the SSL gate just doesn't do it. That intelligent gate is a good step up. Yo, smooth like creamy peanut butter? I don't know about you guys, but I prefer peanut butter with the chunks in it. Chunkier the better, and I prefer OJ with the pulp in it. I don't know about you guys. You know, that fresh squeezed OJ that comes like crazy from the freaking at the diners or whatever, where they freaking hit it with the manual press. You can't beat that. You cannot beat that. And with the peanut butter, extra chunks, always. That's the way to go. Now, I kind of like these rooms. They're so natural sounding. We may just want to bring them up. Maybe we'll compress our overheads a smidgen on the 4K itself. Let's. Barely flicker that thing, because if it holds, you get that constant white noise generator that I hate. And if I'm going to take top end up, I'll do it on this smooth as butter style on our 1081. And this is another one of those cases where I wouldn't make the left and right different necessarily, because I'm not looking for the drums to sound like to do a wah, wah, wah thing. I want them to be constant. So I'll copy settings, overhead left and overhead, like these two, overhead left and right, copy settings, this little bit of compression. And then I might use the SSL to just target where the cymbals are a little annoying. 6K-ish is, depending on the cymbal, I found 6K is a good starting point. Let's just put it that way. And then we'll take that down, let's say 5 dB, and start there. Sometimes I'll tighten this up, but it'll sound natural when you don't have these super tight notches in there. So I like to keep it kind of down the center at first, tighten up if necessary. Where are we going here? We're going down here. It takes the cymbal down about, like, you go 6 dB, it brings it down about 3 dB, because there's bleed all around that frequency, but it's still better than not, in my experience. And when we go to the hi-hat mic, I might do the same thing. Even though I might lower this completely, I don't always use the hi-hat mic. It's the most frequently muted mic in every mix I do is a hi-hat mic.
I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should have known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be
They already sound so dark, but a part of me is like, I wish there was less freaking hi-hat in these mics, man. That's why Eric Valentine did Queens of the Stone Age with the no cymbals in it. I don't believe it was his choice. It's because Josh Homme was like, hey, how do we make this where we can make the cymbals as low as we want? And that's why they went that way. Because there's a strong desire for people who are in bands who are not the drummer to not want cymbals so loud. If you find yourself a drummer who says to you, I don't like loud cymbals. And they play the cymbals like, and they barely hit those things, but they play the snare drum and everything else like it owes them money. And they're just like, whack, whack, but they're just bare. That's the guy you want. And I feel like they're not making many of those guys anymore. But those are the guys you want on drums. They got to understand that. It's very difficult for them to understand it unless they dedicated their life to recording things, being an engineer and a mixer. Then you can be like, all right, I get it now, because there's a reason that, as far as I'm concerned, I've never heard anybody say, hey, can you tell the drummer to play the cymbals louder? I've never heard anyone in my entire life say that. Ever. Ever. It's never been said. Ever. So, yeah. Zildjian K series. Yo, them K customs. Yeah, for sure. Especially on hi-hats, they sound beautiful. What's going on, Vicchio Beats? What's going on? Pop over there. Vicchio Beats, how you doing over there, man? Nice to have you taking part in the live stream. Same with Chunks Are Best, Simi2443 weighing in with the most important conversation of the night. What's it better, peanut butter with chunks or without? Absolutely with chunks. You are correct. If I had a button right now I could press for freaking streamers and stuff, I'd press it so the whole place could light up, because that is the correct answer. With chunks, 100%. I'm spreading raw peanuts on my bread. That's exactly correct. You understand the world, my friend. That is what's up. Right Sound Studios, we love it over there. Alex Christoph, Evan, do you have a preference of brand for cymbals, dark, bright? K Customs, 100%. Right Sound Studios helping me out with that answer before I even saw it. K Customs. I'm pretty sure they cost an arm and a leg. My drummer buddy, who is out in Texas at the moment, basically, he's the drummer on a lot of these tracks also. Not this one. He played drums on the score and a couple of the other ones, and definitely on other ones coming up. He was on, what was he on? He was on We Don't Got Nines on here, so it's like, I think that was the second stream or something like that. He's on a bunch of them, but point being, he like basically gave me or lent me until he's around to and has a studio and a place to put them or whatever, because the dude's awesome, great friend. I have his cymbals, and the K Customs never leave the hi-hat stand because they're amazing, and they sound so different than every other hi-hat I've ever had on there, and I like the sound of the Ks so much. Some of the I think the Crash might be a K also, but yeah, I'm not I wish I could tell you more than the fact that I just love Ks, but I also like the pasty, or pasty, however you pronounce that. I like that long, kind of a slow cymbal that's dark also, like Zeppelin kind of style, but you need the room for it. You can't get away with recording that in a small room. You the smaller and the tighter the room, the more you want the cymbal to die off quicker, because it won't die off quicker. It's going to exist no matter what, especially once you compress anything, it's going to come way up. But, smaller the room, smaller the cymbal, the faster you want it to die. And in general, though, if we had to talk generalities, like just any room, which is never the case really, but if this is the reason also. I got so many stories I know about this stuff. Like, if I'm not mistaken, Michael Beinhorn, it was either Michael Beinhorn, I'm pretty sure he did it too, but he would take so many days to pick cymbals for tracks. Like Super Unknown was many days of cymbal deciding, cymbals, snares, huge time, a big time, gap of the world, a black hole of time for deciding on stuff like that, because it matters so much. Also, Rich Costi, I'm pretty sure on the Audioslave album, took a while to pick cymbals. I don't know if that's, all I know is the snare on the Audioslave album sounds so freaking good, but it's like anything else in music. It's not just the snare that sounds good. It's because everything else fits that kit so well that the snare sounds good, which means the kick works, the cymbals work, that everything fits perfectly to make that snare shine with a freaking spotlight on it. And there's like, it's so touchy getting the drums right. Like you could have the drums perfect for one band. Hopefully it's your band if you're recording your own stuff. And then you try to put those same drums and same cymbals, the same everything on another player who plays different, and the music's different, and everything about it's different. It might not work. You know, if you have Ks, I say you're in a close position to make stuff sound good no matter in any direction. So that'll cover a lot of your bases. But yeah. I have, don't get me started on on anything drum related. But yeah, I can't stand cymbal bashers, usually social media drummers. Yeah, it's people who don't play in bands. It's people who don't know how to play with others. Play, you know, and that could be somebody who's been in a band their whole life. It's really, you ever see the 50 Cent skit with Busta where they're like backstage somewhere and 50's like, he ain't got no friends. Nobody's telling him that chain is ridiculous. Like, where's your friends? Like, he's making a joke, but it's true. It's like a drummer who plays like that either never listens to anybody who's trying to help them in terms of any kind of criticism at all, or never had anybody telling them anything honestly. You know, it's either they don't listen or they never had the opinion in their face so many times that they have no choice but to listen. It's one or the other. And it's tough. Nobody likes conflict. It's very rare you get somebody who enjoys conflict. So it's a tough thing to say. I don't shy away from conflict, and I would have these. I know firsthand. I told one of my drummers back in the day. He was a great friend of mine. I was like, I can tell him anything. I was like, man, you're crashing too much in this song. Can you crash a lot less? And I probably said it with a lot of energy and enthusiasm and like not in the nicest, like most cordial, like, hey, it would be nice if, you know, but I didn't do any of that. I just blurted it out like, you know, in front of the bass player. We were three-piece. His first initial response, what you're playing's too loud. Like, that's what happens. You tell somebody, can you not do that? Well, can you not do that? It's like childhood 101, and we were not children, but that's what happens. It's rare, I think, that people can take criticism. So it's hard to fix problems. That's what's up. You know? I know it firsthand, but yeah. I use pasty. Alex Christoph. Yeah, man. I use pasty, rude, the ugliest cymbals ever, and the Minies. Is it Minel or Miney? I always thought that L at the end was an I. I don't know. Dark. I think it's Miney. I don't know. It shows I'm not really a drummer. I just have drums, and I can play a beat, you know, but I don't do fills when I play drums. I shouldn't say that. I do like soul fills that are just like like those are my fills. You know, doom 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 doom, just right into it. I use pasty Rudy. Church drummer brought a ride. Don't even know what it was. It just said Zildjian stamped tiny way before the logo. Yeah. I don't know. And the other thing I could tell you is it's very tough to gauge whether things are going to work like in a store. Because the store has, you know, like I know people who would like hold it up and they would like try to play it, like play the cymbal and then judge whether it's going to be good or not. But I don't know. I don't know if I have the ability to play a cymbal in a store and know if it's going to work on a kit, a specific kit that has nothing to do with anything there. Like, I don't know how anybody can do that really. Maybe there might be some people who can do that. I don't know. The only success I've had with like picking good cymbals is you have a bunch of choices. The drummer plays, you put some up, you mic it up, you listen in the control room while they're playing, and then you go out and switch them and see if better, worse. Okay, worse. Switch that. Okay, that's decaying too long. Switch that. All right, that's too bright. Switch. Perfect. Working good. The things will jump out at you. You don't have to like really go into scientific crazy detail and like take notes. It's just that ride sucks. Why is that ride so annoying? Well, it's a combination of the room, the way he's playing it, where the mic is. So change any of those things. You could move drums in the room, or you could change the mic position, or you could change the ride. Go with whatever you like. But those are your options. And when all else fails, hit it with an EQ if you can't fix it based on everything else. Then start going to the tools of like EQing this to make it sound better. But it should sound pretty good out the gate is kind of what I'm saying. I don't like to crush room mics with EQ and stuff when I record. It's like I want the room should kind of sound good without needing to do that. In terms of overheads and room mics. Alex obviously joking. Buy the gear your favorite bands use. Yeah, that'll work. That's exactly why drummers play weird. They play crazy because they're watching people play like stadiums, being like, this is how you play drums. No, that's how you play drums when you get to stadiums. When you play in little tiny rooms, those same drummers would play differently because odds are that's not the first show they've played. So they understand size of the room, how the distance to the crowd is going to determine how loud they hit the cymbals. Like there's a lot to this. That's the biggest thing about it. And you could hit the other drums pretty freaking hard. Like depending on the room you're in, right? If you're in the tiniest room ever, maybe not, but it's really about the cymbals. You want to hear that snare, but you don't want to hear the cymbals never shut up. They just never shut up. All right, let's keep it rocking.
Never get another chance with you. Should've known that I could never be your friend. I should've known that.
I just wanted to comment on that because how good Jordy is. Alex wrote, I heard Joey Jordison from Slipknot when I was 13, and I was like, my snare and cymbals need to sound like that. Yo, his snare is really, like, he's great, first of all. I love the way he plays. His snare sounds great because it's a function of, like, he's doing so much. So in order to play that fast and also maintain all that definition, he's so conscious of how much he's letting his cymbals kind of, what they're doing between the hits. He's so conscious of where they have to be for the next hit. It's so tight. And there's also, like, when you listen to their stuff, there's not like a ton of low end on the snare. I find it's like more, that's a huge thing. Have you guys noticed this today? There's so much 200 hertz on snare drums. Like there's so much low end on snare drums. And I almost want to call it like, and I'm not clowning on this because some of the stuff, like some music with a lot of 200 and snare sounds really good. But there's a huge difference in departure from that. Compare that to a Bonham snare, which is very old, or just a different, like, compare it to a 90s snare that Brendan O'Brien mixed. There's not a lot of 200 on that snare. It's not like killing at the freaking low mids. And I love the way snares sound without a ton of that on it. And it's almost something I noticed very recently. It was that, why am I adding a lot of 200 to snare? Because I was doing it. And I was like, why am I doing this? I'm doing it because music today has so much of it. And then I'm like, but what do I like? And then I would compare it to what I was like, I like this. And the mix can sound so different when the snare doesn't take up a ton of that. So I was like, I got to change what I'm doing here. It just didn't make sense to me. Every once in a while, you got to catch yourself doing things because of, I don't know, because of the times. And it's like, I don't like that. And I had to catch myself. So it's interesting how, we're always learning. But that was something I was like, man, I'm so aware of how good the snare sounds on all these records. And I don't like the snare. So I don't even want to name some of the bands, but I just don't like the snare on a lot of I don't know. It's not even like current rock isn't even the way to look at it. I think I don't know what you'd call it, but it's some kind of music. I don't know if you'd call it rock, and I don't like the snare on a lot of it. It sounds so freaking low end heavy to me.
Dance with you. I should've known then. I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should've known then.
That compression is bugging me. But I'm gonna leave it for the moment. We're gonna move on to other things because I can't deal with this anymore. These cymbals. Now that we're talking about them, they're frustrating me. All right, here we go. Let's go to bass.
Should've known then. I'd never get another chance with you. I should've known then. I could never be your friend. I should've known then. I'd never get another dance with you. I should've known then. I'd never get another chance to dance with you.
The more the cymbals annoy me, the more I tuck them in. That's another thing I do all the time, and I just realized I never talked about it, I don't think. But things will stick out more if they're super wide. So if they start to bug you and there's nothing much you could do and you've taken it, like I'm going to do a ton of other stuff potentially after I come back to them. But I don't hate it. It's just, they're bugging me a little. So I'll tuck them in a little more. If that still doesn't work, take 6K out is like the go-to first thing for me, is like get rid of some of that. That doesn't work. Hit them with a de-esser sometimes. Calm them down a bit in that zone. That doesn't, so I'm doing all the things. Sometimes just saturating them doesn't necessarily work because it'll just turn into a blobby smush. Saturation works on like an annoying pinging ride. It works on that. It'll work on like a weird bell. It won't necessarily work on a whoosh. Saturation on a whoosh just creates a freaking, more whoosh. So watch out for that. Whoosh City. That's playing this slow takes skill and control. Yeah, no, I think so. Hopefully. Hopefully. I agree. Let's figure out what our guitars are doing. A very rare case, I don't have multi-mic guitars. One mic up on everything. None of these are multi-mic'd. So we got to run the show with something, and this one clearly needs to be down the center. It's panned left. It may work for what we're doing. It may be fine. It's panned hard left, and the other one's hard right. Let's see if that's a good move or not. Let's start EQing a little, too. I like the way it sounds. I'm not going to reach for EQ and like touch every band in the frequency spectrum, but let's see what's missing. We won't know until we make the volume right, so that's our first step. Yeah, this big guitar has to come in and like rock 'em, sock 'em. So right now I'm focusing on the transition point because that's an important point. That'll tell us a lot about where the guitar should be. Does the chorus feel big, and then does it still feel like it's going somewhere and not like lose all its energy? So your transition points is a good focus for guitar, because odds are the parts are changing. Unless it's live and it's the same like guitar, it's only two guitars or something, that'll be different. But in this case, when you have stuff tracked out, I've got this big guitar popping into the game, and we got left and right, and then this one's down the center. So I don't know exactly what this one's doing. Yeah, so I'm not going to reach for EQs on things that sound good. We got to see what it is we got. Don't just reach. If you need low end while you're playing it in the track, maybe. But let's figure this out. I'm looking at the rack and noticing it keeps being triggered like constantly. The gates should be on there, and it's not doing much. So I'm just trying to dial that in real quick on us. I'm gonna dump some of the middle out, boost some low end, and probably boost like 1K, 1.5, 1.9, something like that. Little slap on the top.
I should've known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then.
Like going for where the fills are. I don't know if I want to dump that much. All right, let's control this a bit too. Let's just hit it with something easy control. Old school, easy control. All right, moving on for the moment.
Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
I can already tell guitar's too loud, need to come down, may bring everything down a little, but it's getting us in the ballpark. I'm also losing harmonies, bringing those up. And as you know, I don't go above 0. Very critical thing. All the faders for me, volume stays at 0, which means I'm pulling things down constantly to achieve more, like rebalance slightly by pulling down. Then you can get more headroom if you need. But this is critical so that when I go to the VCA stage, I can automate a little life into the track upwards in a direction of 12 dB if I want, but I never do that much. But that's just the thought process. And I don't have anything on the mix bus right now, so we may start putting some stuff on, but I usually put it on relatively late. So we're going to move through this a little quickly. Let's keep it moving. Oh, we got Right Sound Studios is about to dip, I think. What do we got? Right Sound Studios says time to head out. I should got maybe like 4 hours. Oh, dude, I appreciate you hanging out, man. You guys are awesome. Right Sound Studios, you are the man. Thank you for contributing to this live stream, being a part of this. And, there's going to be plenty of these. So feel free, catch the end of it later, all that. But you're awesome, and I appreciate you being here, man. And anybody else who's just joining, I appreciate it very much. Anything in the chat audio related is appreciated. Throw it in there. And questions, answers, anything. We'll get to it all. But solid community over here we are building. And I appreciate everybody who's a part of that. And yeah, it's all musical taste. And any video I've made recently, if there's comments on that or anything you want to talk about, happy to do it. The one I dropped recently about like my favorite albums of all time, that took a while to put that list together, and it was fun to do every minute of it, because I put a list on the comment section of like my favorite albums that made me want to be a part of music for my entire life, and I just kind of put, I don't know, 90 or something of them. And I realized recently a couple of big names that I forgot that are like, oh, I should have put this on it, but those 90 were like, I need those are the first initial thought. I had to just write it down. It's cathartic. If you haven't done that, you should try that. It'll like wake you up on days where you're not feeling up to doing creative stuff. Pop on anything from your like just write the list of the stuff that made the music that changed your life in terms of albums you've heard, or like just something about it. I'm telling you, it does something writing it all down. It's something about the writing process of it. It's very cool. So I just pulled a couple of the things that were a little loud down. No EQ has been applied to any guitars because we have to see what we need, if anything. And you don't know that until you get your volumes kind of in place, I find. Little acoustic guitar in here. We're booging through. We're booging through. We're booking through, depending on where you're from. I don't like that. What I'm going to do is throw some parallel on the drums. Just a little bit of it. Right now, it's sending down. Where do we got? These are the drum parallels. So 75, 76, 13, 14, 79, 80. 75, 76 is just decapitator. 13, 14 is a tape echo, a devil lock deluxe. So it's a couple more settings on it. But there's that, and then the Echo Boy. So I have both a tape echo and an Echo Boy doing like a triplet thing, kind of giving you like that, like it's like a triplet kind of Bonham like picture, like it's like that. Gotta love that. Sometimes that's really helpful. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's good just in the choruses. And then a distressor and just a really slammed compression track. So we've got distortion on one, compression on different one, and then some, Bonham-esque delay kind of sound to mess with. Now, let's see how much we wind up using of them. Right now, the only thing that's being sent to it and is alive, because most of this stuff, there's no level being sent into it. See, these are getting nothing. So let's go up here to... So thought process wise, I'm putting it on stuff that has no cymbals on it, ideally. Rack, floor, snare, and kick. Maybe the bottom snare also. And the thought process is I don't want the cymbals to get worse, and that's what will happen the more you compress them. They will just get more, more of the thing I don't like, the whoosh whoosh, that constant never-ending cymbal. So snare bottom, snare top, kick, and snare. So kick, snare top, snare bottom, and rack, floor. That's it. That's going to the parallels at the moment. We'll see how that plays out for us. Let's hear a fill. See what happens with this floor. I notice I'm hitting my master a little hot, so I'm going to come back and just sort of pull things down. Now, if you pull down from the tracks, that will work except on the bass, because the bass for me is being sent to these two tracks. So I have to pull these down. If I pull these down, it just sends less level into the stuff on the bass buses, which is the bass tracks are not feeding the mix bus compressor. they're feeding the buses that feed the mix bus compressor. They're not directly feeding it. So I have to bring the bass down there. Whereas stuff like drums, bringing the drum tracks down themselves are also going to bring down anywhere that you have them sent to. So like they're being sent here, but it's not pre-fader. So bringing these down will actually lower those too and should provide enough of what I'm looking for here. So that's everything in sight that I'll put on its own group to be able to, and that's just a double check. I always double check stuff because the last thing I want is I make a bunch of adjustments. One thing I realize is never moving or something. So we'll call this all for bring down because it's all for bring down. All bring down. I'm telling you. Here we go. Those aren't the words. That's okay.
Be our friend. I should have known that I'd never get another dance with you. I should have known that I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should have known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should have known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should have known then when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should have known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. Oh, I could never be yours and you could never be mine. Oh, I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Oh, I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Oh, I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Oh, I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
That's my bass sound is a 1073. Nothing is on, there's EQs on the tracks, but I'm not actually doing anything to them right now. There's a 1073 into an EQP, which I like a lot because they both have different flavors, and I really like the attenuation knob to kind of cut out a little bit of that mid-range, the low mids on the bass. It works wonders, I find. So you can boost a little bit of the lows, but mainly I'm boosting 220 on the 73. It's not the same frequencies on both. 220, 1.6 a lot, and then the top end, which is way above the bass, but it still does a nice little thing. Where here, what am I boosting? 3K a little bit, so above the bass again, but I'm also attenuating 5K, so any weird string finger stuff's coming down a little in my attenuation of the 5K zone. And 100 hertz, a little bit of a boost. But, you know, those two provide so much of the sound into a little bit of the tube processor. Loving that. And then Sans Amp. Loving that. And then Spectre. So it's for me on bass, it's like saturation city. Because I want the bass to really cut through all the time, all speaker systems. Like, that's the thought. Then a 2A into a 76. So that's the bass sound right there. It's not hitting any of this too hard.
Be our friend. I should have known then never get another dance with you. I should've known then. I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance.
Sometimes I'll do something like this track right here is a secondary track for bass that has right now just a decapitator on it. I'll also do that like chorusy thing sometimes, maybe just on the choruses, a little bit of a modulation, right? Sometimes I'll put on like Wolf Comp on here just because I love the way Wolf Comp brings things to the front, right to the forefront of the speakers. And sometimes Thermionic Culture's Culture Vulture, this Thermionic Culture Vulture, love that because it's a good substitute for Sans Amp. If you didn't want to use that, the Culture Vulture is like my second go-to. The down here, if we use the Wolf Comp, it's so aggressive that you don't need decapitator with it very often. You could just hit it with this Wolf. Sometimes that sounds good though. Let's
Be your friend. I should've known then. I'd never get a
the slam settings, the what should I call it? Lots of attack, dangerous attack, or slam, like those. These are my monies for the bass because they're just so aggressive. Sometimes you get a little too much from it. That's why it's good in parallel, a little blend of it. See, this micro shift is being automated. So I gotta pay attention to that, and maybe we'll just pop it on in our choruses. Let's
never get another dance with you. I should've known then. I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance.
I'm going to take these two guitars that are doing this like weird Leslie kind of thing, and I'm going to get them out even wider than they are. It feels like I need that. Let's see. Let us see. Let's consider this. We will let's put a new track underneath it. Maybe we'll do just super wide. Super wife. Perfect. Super wide. And we'll send that. Got to get that into the 5060, which is our mix bus. It's not actually, we're solely in the box, but it's just a leftover from when I would be mixing hybrid. And let us see. Cactus Jack is free as an input. Let's just make sure it's free as an output too. Should be. Should be. Yep, okay, we're good. So we're just going to maybe actually send, instead of sending this to two places at once, I might just send it here, or at least experiment with how that sounds. A super wide bus. And on it, since it's on my mind, the Wolf has an amazing setting called, what is it? It's like Gentle Stereo Wow, but it's anything other than gentle. Here we go. It's anything but gentle. It's very cool, extra width. And sometimes I'll even put that with the imager, the S1. Double up the width, just like extra width. How much width do you need? All of it is the answer. Hello, China. I'd like to buy the rice. All of it. Here we go.
A chance to dance with ya. Never get another chance to dance with ya.
Let's just see how it is without this.
A chance to dance with ya. Never get another chance.
Now, we got to make sure this hits hard enough but doesn't actually take away from, where is it? So there it's at 6, we're going to bring it up like 3 dB. Let's just group these together. I don't hate the blend, I just hate that they're not powerful enough. So group of beef, and beef them up. And wouldn't you know it, maybe not, but maybe we send these big guitars to that super wide also. Let us investigate. That's the beautiful thing of creating a super wide bus. All of a sudden, you've got extra wide abilities. Cactus Jack, that's where it is. Let us see. But we'll keep this one down the center, non-widening. So let's see that. Yeah, Niles, what you were dropping right there about Devil Lock? Devil Lock on drums is a wonderful thing. And depending on the rest of the mic setup and everything and what was played on drums, really what was played is the huge difference. That will determine whether or not you should have, like, it works on overheads. It's really the part that's played. You know, the drummer, how he plays it on the part, you might get away with it on your overheads. You might be able to send your entire drum bus to a parallel. I have just not always enjoyed what happens with the cymbals when I send things like in parallel to something that really compresses super aggressive, like a Devil Lock. Super aggressive sounding. Never get another chance. Now, without further ado, let's look at our levels on the master and maybe throw some mix bus stuff on, because that's my goal, is to do these streams relatively quick. So we start a song, we get it pretty much sounding pretty close to there when we end it, and then we'll do little flavor touch-ups on part 2. So theory-wise, what goes on here? Well, I could tell you, like, a tape thing is so good first. I really like a tape saturation, like Studer is great, but it adds so much low end, and the way I mix, there's usually plenty. I don't need a ton of extra low end, so if I don't put the Studer on from jump, I never like what happens when I turn it on, because it's just, I've already taken into account low end, and now I add the Studer, and it's like, hey, did anybody need some low end? It's like, no, take that delivery somewhere else. We don't need it. So the Studer roughs me up a little sometimes when I put it on late. Like now, nothing's on our mix bus at all. So let's start throwing stuff on. What I would do is a 3348 is, I don't know what it is about that plugin, but it just does things kind of easy. It doesn't take too much off the top, but it softens the top a little. So anything super pokey or aggressive gets tamed a little bit, but it also gives you that a little extra excitement from the tape. That's what I find. Mix head is another one of my favorites. So it's the stuff that's grayed out that I use the most. Good Hertz, Toop, one of my favorites. And there's 2 different settings on that 3348, so I have 2 of them just so I can A-B real quick. But it's literally like one click away. I don't know why I don't just have one of them. The ATR 102 is another favorite. Black Box, another favorite. And the sidecar is probably what's going to go on. We'll see. It's just, I love that freaking sidecar, man. I really do. So if you notice, I don't like coming in here hot at all. So I pull everything down. That's why I created my all. No, not all. It was called something cooler. All for bring down. Bada bing. The all was where I started with everything, which includes buses and stuff like that. So we go to our all for bring down. You can bring it down anywhere. Pick a track, any track. And since nothing's automated, all our EQs are free. I mean, all our faders are free to move. So I can come in here and move this, and it's not going to jump back, which is what would happen if you automated any of the volumes of these tracks. You'd hit play and they would jump back. You can get around it by turning all your tracks to volume, shift option, click this, make it volume, and then pull it down here. It will move everything. So you don't have to, if you did write automation, you can get around it that way a little bit, but I don't do that till the end. So I avoid needing to worry about that. So what did I bring it down? Let's see. It was 5.8, 6.8. So I brought it down 1 dB. I'll bring it down a little more than that. Let's bring it down 2 dB. That's too hot for me. I've said this and I'll say it again. Let's bring it down more. 7.8. So we started at 5.8. We're at 7.8 now. Let's move this down. 8.8, 9.8. This would be 4 dB. Close enough. 9.7. So as I look at the metering with nothing on it, it tells me a lot. As soon as you put stuff on it, it's going to mess up what you're looking at. So it doesn't help as much. You got to have nothing. See where you're at. Then you can kind of control stuff. And I know going in, if I come into my first plugin, including the tape one on here, but everything, if I come in where I'm about halfway to 3/4 of the way, it's okay. If I'm near the top where I start seeing yellow, it's not good. So we're going to bring it down again. So we started at 5.8. We're at 9.8. So that's 4 dB. Let's rock to 11. 11. Might as well bring her down. Okay, we're gonna stick with that for the moment. What is it? 11.8 for good measure. 12.8. Don't you love it when I'm like, we're gonna stick with that as I'm changing something at that exact second? You gotta love it when I do that. All right, here we go. We come up here, 33.48. Turn her on. What do we got for this? 33.48 HR. So I know that that's not my favorite. My favorite's the X80. It's they have the ADDA. It's like different converters. So it's interesting how I don't know the exact difference. I could just tell you that other one is brighter than this X80. It's a little bit darker, and I like the darker one better. The 33.48 without the HR setting, which got to stand for like high resolution or high, I don't know, high royalty. It stands for something, probably high resolution if I had to guess. It's like almost does a weird Dolby-ish kind of thing where it brightens up the top. Whereas they have a 33.48 without the HR after it. They have that. It's darker. But for me, the X80 sort of splits the difference. It's not as dark as the darker one. It's not as bright as that HR. And it's kind of always been the sweet spot for me. Hear how much darker it makes it? It's definitely, I try to make it as close to level match or even a little bit lower than the track. So I've really brought down the output down. And I started with the Mixbus Magic preset and just adjusted stuff, mostly the output, to make sure it wasn't louder and fooling me. And if it's darker and lower and I still like it, then it's interesting. What it does is it tames the top a lot. So you can wind up pushing into that with things and it just still gets tame. So for the moment, we're going to leave that alone. I like the result of taming the top first with a tape plugin and then using something to brighten it up after it. You know, the sidecar, perhaps. The sidecar, by the way, gives you a lot of extra low end too. I noticed this in tests I did recently where I was taking out 150. I just took this down to 0. I wasn't boosting anything at 200 or 50 or 40, and it felt like I added a bunch of low end. So I was like, that's interesting that's part of the plugin, and essentially, depending on how you have it set. But even with a 20 hertz high pass filter at the bottom, didn't matter. It's just part of it. So that's what we're going to do. A little of that. All right, now I plan on, let's get rid of this so we can put a couple other things in here that I like to put sometimes. Let's put the ML 4000. Let's throw that on. That's going to do a thing with the low mids that we may or may not like. It's a try it and find out type of situation. And we're going to go with the stereo version. I also have the ML 8000, if you saw, which is a very kind of less colorful version of this. It's more of, I like to use it in mastering, if at all. It rarely comes up, but it is an interesting tool, whereas this one is so colorful, and this as a starting point really does the trick for low mid control. So let's check that out. It also gives you a ton of volume, so I have to adjust volume once I add this thing because it wakes you up. Wake me up, busy. Can't be in bed. Call my name and save me from the dead. All right. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. How much choke do you hear? I hear choke city, like because everything's so loud going into it, it's doing so much work that you hear that compressor choking it. So that's why we're gonna mess with threshold all day. Never get another chance. I have died. Look at this. This will tell you how much you're compressing. 0 to 3 dB is like a sweet spot for me on this thing. Sometimes you could do a little more if you like, but it starts to get really colorful when you get above that. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. is obviously our lead up here.
Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should have known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should have known then.
That's funny, man. The tasteful thickness. My 16 gigabytes of RAM is like, yee. I'll just end it with the yee. I think everyone knows what you mean. Yeah, so, look. There's some plugins take less CPU than others, and the Sidecar is a high CPU user. The MIC DSP ML4000 has been around since the dawn of time. It would surprise me if that one was crazy on CPU. That would surprise me, to be honest with you. But what you could do is commit the effects, freeze the tracks if you have Pro Tools. That will drastically help you out. Freeze tracks if you can help it, not on buses, but on the tracks themselves. Leave the buses alone. And, if you can get away with that, that'll be helpful. And just commit as much as you have to avoid your CPU from frying out. It's not the best idea if you can get away with not doing it, but however, if you have no choice, it works. It's the way to go. Commit effects. Make it happen. That new JP from Unusual Suspects is like, don't even think about it. the JP from Unusual Suspects. Unusual Suspects. The Usual Suspects is one of the best movies of all time. The Usual Suspects. It's one of the best movies of all time. If that's what you're talking about. The Kaiser Soze. That's one of the best movies of all time. If you haven't seen it, you should see it. No spoilers. You got to see that movie if you haven't seen it. But committing effects is the way to go. I recommend it highly. And if you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, you are. Everybody knows. Everybody knows the deal. You shift click, you can commit whatever's on the jam. But like I said, the first move is freeze it, because then you can unfreeze it and still tweak if you needed to. But, there were plenty of sessions when I was on the Intel Mac I needed to do that with. Plenty. Where I needed to freeze stuff as I went. It happens. Which movie? The Usual Suspects. That movie. That movie, Pong Master. The Usual Suspects. Best movie of all time. Or what? I say that a lot, but it's one of my favorites by far. It's brand new work from them. Unusual Suspects is a plug-in company? That's news to me. Is that a plug-in company? That's this. Unless you're referring, is that the new name for Universal Audio? I don't know. The Unusual Suspect? Maybe. I don't know. Is it over my head? It could be. It could be. The tasteful thickness. They made the JP 8000 synth from Roland U. This is the tasteful. That's interesting. You just provide the ROM. They made the JP8000 synth from Roland U. Huh, you just provide the ROM. That's interesting. You just provide the ROM. That's interesting. I don't quite get how that would work, but it's still pretty cool. Don't even think about it. That's interesting, dude. Yeah, no, I don't know. Hey, Pongmaster, if you need other recommendations for movies, I tell you, Pulp Fiction is one of my favorite movies of all time. And it's the most referenced movie on this channel by far. By far. It's one of the best movies of all time. And it's worth talking about, bottom line. So a lot of other movies show up here out of nowhere. But that one is like, who can beat that? I don't know. That's a hard one to beat. I'm adding a little DB verb, which sits on the tracks. Oh, the other thing is this, to save room. To save room, right? For the tasteful thickness, dude. Check it out, right? If you're trying to save room, another thing is share effects instead of doing what I'm doing here. What I'm doing here works really well if your intention is to like print stems and not need to commingle. Commingling funds is a big no-no in business, and it's the same thing when you're mixing, as far as I'm concerned. If you're trying to set yourself up to be able to, in an ideal world, you would not share stuff in a DAW. That's how I look at it. Whereas if you're using hardware, you share stuff because it's a limited quantity. Same thing in a DAW. If you don't have space, like if you don't have the RAM, if you don't have the ability to rock with all these effects, that's the easiest way to save, tons of plugin space, is just don't do what I'm doing here. Take all your vocals and send them to, 3 things. And if you need a 4th, there you go. But you can take all these green tracks that you see here and make them 4 tracks instead of all these. That's a big savings right there. So it's not like all of this is necessary. All of this helps if you can get away with the CPU so that later it's easier for you to break stuff out without needing to basically have like a snare drum in your reverb for your vocal, or, to not have weird things eating stuff up. That's how I look at it. Is like, you don't always want your guitar and your reverb to share. Your guitar and your snare drum to like share a reverb. And if your intention might be to print and break stuff out later. Because as far as I'm concerned, deliverables, like to work in a way in which you can make easy deliverables, is solid. Like, just as an example, Mark Daniel Nelson prints, when he print, like, how at the end of the mix, I always print a freaking mix. I print one. What he'll do is he'll record and print his guitars, all his stems that he needs. They get printed at the same time as the mix. It's like brilliant way to work to save time. And why not? If you have the processing power, you can do that. I don't need to break out all those stems necessarily all the time, especially not until a mix is approved or something. So at that point, I might, once I have an approved version, print everything at once to all its separate places, which you can only do if you don't share effects. So there's like intentional reasons to go crazy with a session if you can get away with it. But for me, and most of the time, one version gets printed. I don't need to put 8 different tracks for stems, like, all vocals or lead vocals, backup vocals. He's got a whole way he does it, where he's like all his drums, all the bass stuff, all the keyboard stuff. Like, some of it shares stuff. It's based on what he needs to deliver the most. If he needs to do a bass drum stem, there's that. I forget his exact way to do it, but when I remember watching his video where he detailed it, it was like a 2-hour video, something like that. And I remember being like, this is extremely complex and also really intelligent, the way it's set up so he doesn't have to do things like, again, he prints once and he's got it all. I just thought it was a really intelligent way to go about it. You could tell he didn't like just come up with it without really thinking it through, it's just cool. It's like, why do it 7 times when you could do it once. Very cool.
I should have known then that you were gonna draw me in.
I did this on the last mix, and I liked it, so I'm debating doing it on this one. Just a little bit of inflator love. Inflator will wake up the neighborhood, so I go easy with it, but it's one of those, it's a cool plugin, right? How could you hate on Inflator? I don't know how anybody could hate on Inflator, honestly. It's another one of those old school jams. This is Chad Blake's starting point. And I remember him saying, the thing's maxed out. He's just like, I hardly ever take this off. He's like, oh, I took it off once. It's funny listening to that. It's like, really, huh? You took it off once. He's like, it was an orchestral thing. He took it off. So I remember thinking, whenever I turn this thing on like this, I have to run for cover. I don't know how anybody does that, but his mixes sound great, and he obviously knows how to make it work. For me, I just have to lower everything a ton, and then I get closer to being happy. Just wanted to hear what it sounded like on the full, so I gave you a little taste. But I'm gonna throw these on real quick so we can get another sense. And these, I'm trying to get comfortable with these. It's such a process of getting comfortable with headphones. I got these that I've been comfortable in for years. These Focal Classic Spirit Pros that are discontinued. And honestly, good on Focal though. I had a cord that if you caught any videos in the past where I was using these, that cord was it was demolished. I kept putting more and more electrical tape around this cord to keep it like from, because it kept, it's like this weird plastic that breaks over time, and then you could see exposed wires, and I just kept trying to keep it together, and it would keep breaking more. So Focal, you know, I had to pay for it, but from France, I think the company might be in France. I'm not sure where they are, but somewhere overseas, hooked me up with a new cable that keeps these things going for another who knows how long, but the rest of them, it's in great shape. I've never seen headphones that like the earpieces held up that well. They're freaking 12 years old or something. I don't know. It's pretty old, maybe 10. Those things are so good because I know them. These sound way better. They're better headphones. Everything sounds better on them, but I know those better. So I'm trying to get used to these. So I keep throwing them on. It's a weird thing, you know, with speakers too. It's weird how like you could have the best sounding speakers and you cannot mix a lick on them. And then you put up NS10s and you can mix. It's very interesting how that works. Night Plop. You know, yeah, it's Night Plop shows up when it wants to. It's Skynet. You cannot. I don't have any idea. You know, it's like when Skynet's going to show up. The Tasteful Thickness wrote, they also have the Xenia and the Osiris synths. They work on emulation. That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm not a huge synth guy because I don't play keys. Like when I do play keys, it's two fingers like a toolbox. I don't really know how to go at it and make it awesome. I could fake it for like limited amounts of things that are, you know, weird. It's about all I can do. So I don't go like there's no keyboard around me here, but when I need to play something on keys, I do it in a very simplified version. That gets met. Yep. We got let me throw it up over here. Here we go. Alex wrote, "Oh my God, I looked away for 3 minutes and out come the headphone." Exactly. Out come the Princess Leias. These are the mini Princess Leias. They're not quite as big as the LCDXs, those giant Princess Leias. These are mini Princess layers, chilling. The many Marroquin MM500s. Love those things. The Tasteful Thickness wrote, do you worry about the hardware you listen on versus being mono safe versus the expected low quality equipment people will listen on? I think Ruben said he'd have to listen in a car at the end. To be honest, no. I definitely do car checks sometimes. I used to do car checks all the time. Now I do them sometimes. It gets less and less all the time, but the more comfortable you are and can kind of predict things more and more based on how much have you mixed in that room on those speakers without moving anything, without, like, that's really what makes you comfortable or not. So the more comfortable I get, the less I do car checks. And this is a relatively new room for me. It's about a year old now. So the whole thing is, relatively on the new end, but I'm getting more and more comfortable all the time with how things translate. The other thing is, if you have enough things to try on, like I've got a Bluetooth speaker here that I don't want to say the name because if I do, it'll turn on and start talking to us. And that thing is really good for checks on like what I would call subpar speaker systems because it's a Bluetooth speaker that's run of the mill by any stretch of the imagination. And what they will do is give you a lot of bass to try to make it sound like good, but it's like dirty, distorted bass is what they're really giving you. It's not clean, good bass. So you can't like mix a whole track on there. But when you check on there, it'll usually give you a good clue as if you have too much bass in your track and you put it on there and it sounds farty. It's a big cue for like, I got to deal with that. So something like that. And for me, I used to just use these and now I'm switching between these two and that. So that's the other speakers for me. I used to use like NS10s and Barefoots, and I found using one good set of speakers, like monitors, is the key for most of the mix. And then check on these 10% of the mix on here, between the two, and then 5% or less on the Bluetooth gets it done. That's usually the way to go for me. To each his own with all of it, but that's how I rock. Let's listen to this real quick. Get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going to... The other part of your question, by the way, I realize is the mono part. I don't care about mono, especially in today's world of people listening on like, they're listening in headphones most likely. And if they're listening on speakers, it's in the car most likely, or it's on a Bluetooth speaker, which is pseudo stereo anyway. It's not mono. So I don't really care about mono. I really don't. Most of the time, if you've mixed it where you're sort of accustomed to what happens in mono, you might realize that your super wide stuff sounds a little bit lower when it's collapsed. Okay, so what? The whole mix is going to sound different in mono anyway. So who cares what's a little different here and there? Like, the worst mistake people make, in my opinion, is trying to split the difference between 100 different playback systems or mono and stereo. Like, trying to make it like, oh, it's a little better in mono now, it's a little worse in stereo, but that's better than like really good in stereo and bad in mono. So I'm going to do this. Like, I hate that idea. I think you mix in stereo is, it's how CLA rolls. It's how people should roll, in my opinion. These are my opinions. And headphones is, like I said, it's becoming more and more popular. People are more and more isolated than they've ever been before in history, which means they're listening most of the time on headphones. And if they're lucky enough to have a stereo setup, that's one of the few. Most, like with a left and right speaker, most of the time it's a Bluetooth speaker. Like I said, that's also stereo. It's stereo even though it's coming from one source. Your stereo mix should sound way closer to that than you like down mixing to mono and then comparing it to a Bluetooth speaker. That'll be further off. And there's no reason for that. We ain't going back to the freaking phonographs. It ain't happening. If you're in a supermarket and they got it set up, even the supermarkets today, like those speakers are not what they used to be 20, 30 years ago. It's just not the same where you'd be like in one spot and you'd hear like no vocals, and then you'd be in another spot and you'll hear it doesn't work that way anymore. Every speaker they're making is like this weird pseudo speaker, that pseudo stereo. Like it's a weird thing. So you don't got to worry about it because everyone was aware of the same problems. So don't worry about the one Quickie Mart that's going to have some whack out setup that's going to, like, who cares about that? Get out of there. Buy your freaking, buy your Turkey Hill sandwich and leave. Get out of there. Even Turkey Hill, they ain't got that. Thank you, come again. What are we talking about over here? Does Audeze make monitors too? I don't know, but they probably make great monitors. They make great headphones. Like when I put these on, it's amazing what it sounds like in here. That's why I have to start using them. They're so good. They're so good. And these sound worse, but they're way closer to like NS10 representation. So I like kind of get them. GDP talks about he's got like the 900s, the Sony MDR 7506 that Andrew Sheps used. He's got the ones that were like a Japanese release that they didn't release in the US that are flatter, and they might be usable. I've never tried them. He loves them and he knows what they sound like, so he swears by those. They don't sound anything like the 7506s. And when I put those on, I cannot work in the 7506s. I tried. I can't do it. Maybe I didn't try long enough. I shouldn't say I can't. I just hate the way things sound in there. Even when things are like, I put on my favorite mixes in there and I'm like, why? Why? Like, this isn't that same song. To me, it sounds crazy. So I don't know. Too bright. I like darker sounding. Like I can't work if it's too bright. My head starts to spin before I can even think.
I'd be addicted to your poison. I should have known then when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind.
Good example. As soon as I turn the 3348 off, now that I'm used to hearing it for the last half hour or whatever I turned it on, I don't like how bright it is. That's a perfect example. Like I like this darkness that came from tape. I like the darkness of the roll off that comes when you add some sort of a tape plug-in. I just like that. And I like boosting a little high end afterwards, but the tape has softened it already a little, so it never gets annoying. I don't know. It's my style. Chad Blake's moniker of the dark mix, like the mixes he delivers are usually kind of dark. It's like, that's why I really like a lot of his mixes. They are dark and they don't hurt. They're dark and pleasant.
When I could never ever get you ever out of my mind, I should have known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. Oh, I could never be yours and you could never be mine. Oh, I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Oh, I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Oh, I have died and I'm going to hell.
I love the way the inflator kind of puts this all together compared to the gold clip, which is way more transparent. The inflator is doing something really nice to the low end on this.
I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should have known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should have known then
Let me see if I want to send these to both places instead of one. It might be weird, but we're going to give it a shot. Like, I'm going to send it to Cactus Jack, which is our bus that's running super wide. Okay, super wide. But I'm also going to send it to the mix bus without the super wideness.
I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm
I'm going to bring it back to where it was. Let me grab both of these. I'm going to bring it back to the Cactus. Taking it back to the Cactus Jack and then a new da boo da da boo. All right. What we're going to do is hit it with a little top end because it's just missing a little brightness on the guitar.
I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
Now I'm going to do different things slightly with this one. I may even use the 4KB instead of what we just used, the 1081. I'm also going to take these off because just in case I'm being fooled by headphones that I don't really know. You never want to be fooled with headphones you don't know. These, I know better. Also want to hear how they sound without that first on the speakers.
I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
Now I don't need to do it on the 4KB, and it's not doing anything else. Then what I'll audition this, and just pick different numbers. Like instead of picking the 3-3 or whatever I picked on the other one, I'll get near it, maybe a little above it, or maybe just near it, and something else instead of whatever I brought up before. I'll bring something else up, 4-7 and 2-7, and the point is to make them sound different so that they're wider. That's the goal. That's the reasoning. The filter I'm just turning on to get rid of any weird low-end rumble in the room. Where this was tracked happened to have like loud noises around it, so anything could be bleeding through the walls. Let's pop over to some of your questions real quick. I'm an Atom audio guy right now, but I want the Audeze MM100 too. Nice, man. That's what's up. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know how the 100 sound. They might sound awesome. I don't know. I don't know what your I don't know what your Pong Master. Yep, I agree. I hate them too. They sound like plastic. Yeah, maybe you're talking about. I don't know. You're talking about maybe the guitars or something, but maybe you're talking about monitors. I don't know. I lost track of where we were talking about. But yeah, it's I agree. The guitars need a little bit of top end. It's super obvious too on the Manis, like which are darker headphones. But I was like, kind of liking cranking up that 2.3K on the distorted guitars. It started to really punch out of the speakers. This is Pongmaster wrote, my monitoring combo for a very long time is one Sony small ghetto blaster, two Quested midfields, three Sennheiser 650s. Nice. My monitoring combo for a very long time is one Sony small ghetto blaster, two Quested midfields, three Sennheiser 650s. Nice. Quested is a goated company. Like, Quested is awesome. If I'm not mistaken, Serban used to use these big Quested speakers in combination with his Proax. Like, the Proax were his go-tos, but he had a pair of Questeds set back behind them that were like giant Questeds. Kind of like the same size, if I'm not mistaken, judging, I forget which ones they were, like VS something, I can't remember, but they were relatively big, like the ATC 110s, like the shape, that big kind of square with the two, I think it had like two of the low end drivers on it. If I'm not mistaken, the Questeds he had were very similar to those. Like the way they look anyway, they're very similar. I don't know how they sounded, but Quested has been around a long time. They're one of those companies. So that's cool. Two Quested midfields and three Sennheiser 650s. Nice. I always loved NS10s too. I don't know why. Like, I'm surprised I haven't brought them to this studio, but I have a reason for that too. I have this weird theory that any monitor you place in front, like, there's no good place to put a second monitor. That's actually my theory on it, is the second monitor is either going to block your first monitor, or it's going to be somehow going to create a situation where your second set of monitors is not in an ideal position. That's the bottom line. One of the monitors is not in an ideal position because you just can't have everything between your ears and the speakers. It's this whole thing why I don't like having multiple screens that are giant, especially not angled at a certain way in front of speakers. I find people mess themselves up so much by putting too many reflective surfaces in the room. And I'm the first to tell you, a giant desk is also not a good thing. But it's kind of that's an evil that you can't really get around. If you want to have your equipment near you so you can touch it and work, you need a big freaking desk. Like this thing that's in front of me is like a boat. It's an aircraft carrier. It's big, but it's also, it would be worse if I had a screen flat, kind of in the way of the speakers. It would be worse if I had other monitors in front of these, my main monitors. It would be worse. So my theory is like kind of adverse to a lot of people's, which is I don't want to have three sets of monitors in front of me. I don't want to have even a second set. I have a Bluetooth speaker kind of off to the side because that's the point. You want to kind of play it and just sort of spin around and walk around the room even. And you don't want to be centered on that because that's not how anybody's going to listen to your music anyway. They're going to be wherever they are, and that thing is wherever it is. No one's sitting right in front of that thing, like the Bluetooth speaker, listening to music. They're just moving around. So you might as well treat it in a similar way. And when I think about my mains, they're in the perfect position because I don't have anything else blocking them. As soon as I put stands of other things, now those mains got to go through those speakers to be able to hear them. There's just no way to not have them be a reflection point. So that's my weird theory on multiple sets of monitors being a negative. But it's weird. I know. Don't worry. I know it's weird. Do you use the Isotope suite for de-essing and cleanup, or do you have another system? I don't use Isotope for anything. I'm adverse to paying subscription plans, and I never bought Ozone like outright. So if that's what we're talking about, never did it. So I don't know. maybe one day. I know there's lots of benefits to using that thing because it's got great sounding stuff, kind of all in one plug-in. You can do so much with it, but I've gotten away with not using it for so long that at this point I just don't want to use it, oddly enough. I find like I have all those tools separately. I don't need them in a package on one plugin. But trust me, I understand how many people love it for a lot of its tools. So I'm not saying you shouldn't use it. I'm just saying I don't. Pongmaster123. Funny thing is I spend about 70% of the time on the Sony Ghetto Blaster when mixing just for the mids. Yeah, that's yeah. NS10s, man. Same thing with these. These only give me, like, they give you some decent low end because they're closed back, so that helps a little bit. But it's really for mids for me. And the speakers that I love, like my main speakers, are freaking mid heavy. And I love it. They're super balanced, but the mids is like the strength of the speaker. And I wouldn't call them hyped. They're the opposite of hyped, which is another thing I love about them. You know, to each his own. There ain't no right answer. There's only what works for you when it comes to speakers and, like, preference.
I should have known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should have known then I'd be addicted.
Let's see if we can get away with boosting any low end on this thing. This is what I love about having two EQs. If you're ever like, why does this guy always do that? Because I did a lot on the 4KB. I'm still not really totally stoked on it, but I want warmth. Like I did any kind of weird surgical or, you know, bring out the attack and the poke on the channel strip. But now I'm like, where's my warmth? So rather than even go through a menu, I just open up the colorful, beautiful, wide cues of a sweet Neve that if I had a console full of those things, it'd be worth $250,000. And we just pull up and plug in for how many we need. Why am I talking stuff so high up here? I don't know. But that's where we're at. And then I boost a little love in the middle. I never do it in solo, but I wanted you to hear what I was boosting.
I should have known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should have known then I'd be addicted to your poison.
And it's not uncommon for me to add two compressors to an acoustic guitar because there's a channel strip that has a compressor on it. But I do like something that is going to grab it with a super fast attack, like maybe the 76 or the 2A. I do like those on acoustic guitars. To me, the two things that are the most hard to tame, or I should say that require the most taming, bass and acoustic guitar. Vocals too, but they're just always easier dealt with for some reason. Acoustic guitar is either too, like the note is so, the pick is so pokey, and then the body is so low in comparison, and then it's a percussive instrument. It's like a snare drum. It's like a banjo. Like you get so much percussion, and you don't get a lot of the juice. So a plug-in like this is a juice fiend, and you turn this up, and you get all the juice that's in there. Same thing with the bass. It's like a lot of attack on the front is the worst thing on a bass because what that means is you're hearing the rest of it lower. Otherwise, it wouldn't sound like a lot of attack. It sounds like a lot of attack in relation to what's after it. So you take the attack down, now you hear what's after it louder.
I should have known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should have known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should have known then when I could never could never be yours, and you could never be mine. I could never be yours, and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died, and I'm yours, and you could never be mine. I could never be yours, and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died, and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died. I was never your boy, and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died, and I'm going to hell. I was never your boy, and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have
It's like one of these guitars disappears because it's only on the left side. I don't hate it, but the weird thing is the only other guitars there are the acoustics. So every once in a while, I'm made aware of the architecture of the track with my ears. Otherwise, like I might have left this alone. But what I want to do is see if it's better by taking this spot where it breaks off and it's only on one side, and maybe balancing this instead of having it pan left the way it is the rest of the time. Might just throw up the pan and bring it down into the center so that it's not like all alone.
never my friend. Never your boy, and you were never my friend.
Then I might be able to actually get away with a little more volume there too on it. Because it does feel like the only guitars running that spot are those loud electric like lead things.
I was never your boy, and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died, and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died, and I'm going to hell. I have died. I was never your boy, and you were never my friend.
Now, while I'm thinking about it, do it in the other spots too, because otherwise you'll forget. And it might be okay that you forgot, because it might work out anyway. It might sound fine. But just in case, let's do it in both spots while I'm thinking about it. So the pan, there might be a third spot too, but we'll see. I think it's two. Let's find out in a second. And while we're highlighted, volume. I don't know how much I brought it up before. It's about close. Just sort of comparing visually at the moment. I'll listen to it in a second, but where are we at? 6.2, 4.5. Okay. 4.6. Good enough for funk, like James Brown would say. It's good enough. It's close enough for funk. What do we got? Let's come in here.
A chance to dance with.
Same thing. This is the same spot. So this is the last spot that it occurred, but I was like, it roughed me up the first time that happened, but that's an arrangement thing. That's like, there was a choice made to have one guitar there, and in the mix, we can decide to do what we want with it and make it balanced despite that by panning. All about panning is what's the most important thing in mixing? The balance of the faders and the panning. Then the EQ, which is basically just more balance. Like EQ volume is no different than fader volume. Every time you touch an EQ, picture a fader for the bass, for whatever it is you're doing. If you're bringing up low end and you're cranking an EQ, you just picture moving the fader that much. Picture one instrument broken down into, I love graphic EQs for that reason. Visually, it just makes the most sense. It's like, how much do you really want to ride that fader? And if you think about it that way, you'll have a tendency, I find, to crank things less, which usually equals better results. Sometimes you need to crank all the way, but it's just thinking about it in that way that, like, I'm really making this fader louder by making the mid-range a lot louder. Is that what I want? Sometimes yes, sometimes not. But I just look at them all as faders. Like, that's a fader. EQ moves are fader moves. It's the same thing. And then, what's out of control, you compress it. So you just contain it a little. What's not strong enough? And sometimes the answer for that is saturation. If it's drums or something that have really quick transients, clipping is a good thing to use to kind of get more body to our ears, because we can take the peak down and just flatten it out. Now we got this flat top that we get more body of the sound because we've used a little bit of clipping. Soft clipping, hard clipping, any of the whatever. Like, if you got a standard clip is one of my favorites for drums, but that crack of that sound, you can use a clipper so well on things like that, because it's a crack anyway. It's going to sound just the same if you hit it with a little, some clipping on it. It's like, it doesn't hurt you that bad. You'll be all right. I like some clippers. I think every mixer needs to have a couple clippers in their back pocket. And a lot of that is because if you're using a DAW, like, if you're not, you can thicken up the sound by driving it into the gear. You can't do that in that freaking DAW. You have to do it differently. Whereas if you're just going to hit a piece of gear really hard, you'll get a sound. It'll thicken it up, The Neve EQs behind me, if I just crank into them, crank any of the frequency bands, it doesn't just boost the highs. Like, it's thickening stuff up. So to get it in the box, you use other methods, but it's the same kind of thing. Jazz 3 picks for life. Alex Christoph, that's 100% true. Jazz 3 picks indeed. So, and we're getting close to the end of today's stream relatively. We're getting pretty close because I'm starting to like where things are at. See how dynamic this is? That's why I'm messing with it. It looks dynamic, and it is. saw I was hitting like -6.5 LUFS, and I wanted to lower it a lot because why? You know, like its odds are I got used to listening at that level, and I was like, I don't know about that. Now that we've brought guitars up and this and that, it's feeling like I'm saturating too much. So that inflator on the end was doing that. So I got rid of that just now a little bit.
I should've known that I'd never get another dance with you. I should've known that I'd never get another chance to dance with you.
Throw a little de-esser on this front of this thing. Maybe we'll use the Weiss this time, but I'll start here. If this doesn't work, we'll go to the Weiss. Let's get our go-to whistle control first, and then we adjust from there.
I should've known that I'd never get another dance with you. I should've known that I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should've known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should've known then I'd be addicted to your poison.
I'm gonna turn these down a little bit. High harms.
I should've known then I'd never get another dance with you. I should've known then I'd never get another chance to dance with you.
The chance to dance. That's bugging me.
I should've known then I'd never get another dance with you.
Let's figure out where it is.
Another chance to dance with you.
This could be a hand DS situation. We will find out momentarily.
Another chance to dance with you.
It sounds like this one's actually taking care of it okay.
Another chance to dance.
Now look at what sticks up the most. That's how you can tell how to use the suppressor. You know, the super de-esser is how I look at it because it's a really good de-esser. But look at the line that pops up the most. That'll cue you into the right zone for it.
Another chance to dance with you.
The loudest.
Another chance.
It tells you where the loudest point is, and that helps to determine where you need to cut. So in this case, what was it on? It was on 7.5 or 7.4 to 11.5. Pretty wide zone. We could tighten it up a little, but I'm going to leave it there for now. Let's take the same zone, make sure we're here. So it's up a bit higher than this is set. That's our problem. So let's move this.
Another chance to dance.
Let's put these on too.
Another chance to dance with you.
There's also a lot of high end on this vocal, which I'm going to address as well. It sounds pretty good. I'm not trying to, do too much, but let's see what we got. We're boosting a ton of 1.5. I'm just going to take down a little 1.5.
Another chance to dance with you.
We're also boosting a little 15K. Take that a little bit down.
Another chance to dance with you.
Let's move this. That's in the right place. They're globally grouped, so it's actually moving the EQs together on all the high harms. Because when I group this, I set up globals. So if you haven't done that, it's hugely helpful, but you just have to remember it's on so you don't go touching an EQ and then it moves every EQ that you didn't intend. It's good for things like that, like de-essing and changing 2 at the same time.
Never get another chance to dance with ya.
It's got to be on the lead. It's the one we didn't touch yet.
Never get another chance to dance with ya.
Yeah, it's a little annoying.
Never get another chance to dance with ya. Never get another chance to dance with ya. Never get another chance to dance with ya. Never get another chance to dance with ya.
That'll help it. Let's see. What are we boosting? 1.5 here. We're boosting a little at the top. I don't know if we need to boost anything on this plugin because we've already got some boost happening here. So we're over boosting, which is helping to create that thing I don't like.
Never get another chance to dance with ya.
This might be a hand DS because it's so annoying.
Never get another chance to dance with ya.
That's the only one that actually sounds okay to me. This one. So I don't know if I need to even move that. That one's fine. It's really these others.
Never get another chance to dance with ya.
So if I was going to hand DS this, it would be quicker than what I'm doing. I'd go in by hand and just draw it. And I have a feeling that I may have to resort to that.
Never get another.
We're also going to have to do a little slap an auto tune on these things because that never get around bugging me out a little bit. We'll see if it sounds worse with this or not, but first slap her on there. Let's figure out what key this is in. I could pick up the guitar, or I usually go to the bass first to determine what key things are in. The bass.
Never get.
Never get another round.
Never get another chance to dance with ya. Never get another chance to dance with ya. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going.
Let's assume it's E major. Group of beef. These are the beefs. 9-1. Take this up a dB. Can't adjust that like that because we automated that. So we're gonna pull it down here, 2.5 dB. I'm also going to send to this snare verb here just for a little length on the snare. I could do it with samples also. There's a trigger already set up, so I could use that for the length, but instead I'm going to use the verb at first to see if it gives me what I need out of the length.
I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should have known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should have known.
This is the perfect kind of song that needs a snare. It needs automation on the freaking choruses. Snare's too loud in everything except the verse. Like, it's too loud in the verses, too quiet in the choruses. So what does that mean? It means we should be messing with the volume for the snare in relation to that. So when I come in here, I see verse 1. Let's probably start it here.
Dance to dance with ya. Never get another chance to dance with ya. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
I'm using my markers to just give me like 3 dB. Let's do the same thing in the next chorus. Let's do it in the final chorus. All right, at least now we could hear the snare. Good. Now let's get to our lead vocal real quick. I just want to touch that up before we do our print and call this a done deal here. And there might be a part 2, because what I have a tendency to do is like lifelike automation on the VCAs. So a little bit of, 1-2 dB in any given moment, little maybe an accent on a snare or a fill or something. That'll be the next time, and maybe effects on the vocal, like little sparse, cool things to add for flavor, something like that. But we're pretty close now, where I'm starting to like, okay, I can hang with this.
Dance with you. I should have known that I'd never get another dance with you. I should have known that I'd never get another chance to dance with you.
These are that the second clean guitar. Is it just this guitar? What's that squeal? I like it, just too loud. Taking that sound and moving it around a little. It'll do two things. It'll allow it to be lower, and it'll allow it to sort of still not sound so like annoying in one spot because it'll be moving. And then we want this to come up there, actually, because it's cool. This little thing. I have died. I should have known then that you were gonna draw me in. I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should have known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. Well, I could never be yours and you could never be mine. Well, I could never be yours. I have died. Fix it with clip gain.
I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should've known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should've known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
All right, we are closing in as I switch between headphones. New things get exposed. Let's make all these harmonies a little bit louder. Let's dial this in. It didn't seem to need it so much, but if it did, let's just kind of hit it a little gently with the auto-tune jam. A little bit of humanize.
I should've known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then
I'm actually going to use the gate to take away a little of the attack. Not the attack, the sustain on this kick drum.
I should've known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I should've known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I should've known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I should've known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend.
All right, let's stick with that for the moment. And this is feeling close to where I'm going to be satisfied for the night with it, because I don't want to get into automation tonight, and it needs a little bit of this, the flavor. Basically, I break the session down into 8 parts or 7, depending on the arrangement, and go through, play the song, and do like live pass automation on the faders. So you'll catch that next time if you happen to catch that. If you dig what's going on, hit the like button, subscribe, do the thing, because it helps it get out there and it helps me do more of these. And what I could tell you is this is an interesting song, and oddly enough, it's a weird combination of stuff that's on vocals specifically, that it's like the right balance of vocals is super weird in this one. I may do something I don't usually do. Usually I'll put all vocals on one VCA to automate. In this case, I'm going to have to do backgrounds separate from the lead, because it seems like here and there I lose the background. Sometimes they're the perfect volume, sometimes they're too loud, sometimes they're too low. The compression that I'm hitting it with, I don't want to kill it with more compression. So it's going to be solved in volume automation. Could be solved in clip gain. I could come in and level stuff out a little bit more, but I'm not hating the dynamic of it. I just want control over it in a final performance of all fader automation.
Should've known now, I'd never get another chance.
Whatever's doing the leads, I want coming down. Is it this? I don't think I've never heard more of a Foxy Lady intro than that, and that's just played. That ain't no Foxy sample, but it sure sounds like one.
Yeah, should've known now, I could never be your friend. I should've. The chance with you, should've known that I could never be your friend. I should've known that I'd never get another dance with you. I should've known that I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died. Going to hell, I have died. Another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
Mandatory backstretch, absolutely. Stelios! What's poppin', man? Happy New Year indeed. How's it going over there in Greece, man? How's it going in Greece, brother? Mandatory backstretch, absolutely. Stelios is in Greece. Alex, where are you at, man? Where are you at again? Where you at, Alex? Alex Christoph, where are you in the country or out of the country?
I should have known then, when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should have known then, that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Why?
Figuring out this micro shift. Let's turn him on in the choruses only and get him out of everything else. Maybe pre-choruses too. Pre-chorus and chorus. And let's get him out of everything else. Get out of there. pre-chorus and chorus. I like that bass line.
Yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine.
I like this line the bass player's playing right here.
And I could never be yours and you could never be mine. And I could never be yours and you could never be mine.
It's like a slidey thing. Boom. Something like that.
Yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should have known then that you
Stelios, that's amazing, bro. Congratulations. You just bought a new Mac M4. Wow, that's cool. That's got to do a lot of plug-in damage. It's funny, as you say that, I'm rocking a very fast computer, and I'm noticing my computer doing a little bit of the bug out, but I am streaming and doing a bunch of other things that unnecessarily sort of weigh things down. But this is a very plug-in heavy session, no question about it. And like, just, you know, when you take a gander at this, it could be a lot worse, but it's a lot of stuff is bypassed too. I could take off and save a little bit of juice in the goose, so maybe I should, since I notice a little bit of bug out. Might as well take this opportunity. Make sure nothing's automated before you go through and do that if you don't remember what you turned on. Might show bypass, but you have it automated on and off. Like this shows bypass, but it's automated on and off. Where was the I just want to get this. This is the last of this part to figure out.
known then that you were gonna try to fuck me.
I just want this to be in line with this. Like, where's the note stop? It's looking like I should take it out here. Whatever, right before that last hold, like up here. I changed my mind. I don't want it to sound weird on the changeover. I want it to like change when nobody realizes that the chorus came off it. So I have to like pick my spots for stuff like that. I come in here, verse off, pre-chorus off. No, that's where we turn it on. Pre-chorus, and the rest of the track is gonna have that micro shift on.
Your boy and you were never my friend.
Pre-chorus starts before that. Our markers are in weird places.
Never my friend. My friend. I was never your boy, and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died.
I want to try one thing, and we'll see if it ruins everything in sight, but let's throw the CQ on this bus, and that way this will all stay the same, but let's just hit it with a little bit of that CQ. Drive, mainly the drive. I'm not going to worry too much about any of the rest of this. I don't want to bring up too much finger noise.
My friend. I was never your boy, and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died, and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died, and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died, and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died, and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died. I have died, and I'm going to hell. I have died. Addicted to your poison. I should have known then. When I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should have known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died, and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died, and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died, and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died, and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should have known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should have known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend.
Just experimenting with a couple things that I don't particularly like any of. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to listen to this without the headphones now.
I should
Pop over here for a second. Mandatory backstretch indeed. Stelios Road, I'm still thinking about going with Pro Tools Studio subscription. It's a lot of money, but it's the DAW I know best. That's the thing, man. It's really kind of I'm in the same position you are. I can't switch off of Pro Tools now because it's so ingrained in me and I love it because I know it Whereas if I spent time messing with like Luna, maybe I love that. But who has time to waste learning stuff? You know, like a new DAW. It might be awesome. I don't know. It's tough. You know, or like I wonder how good Reaper is all the time. I think about that too. At the moment, I'm still doing the thing I know. Stelios also wrote, but you're using. Stelios wrote, he's using cracked plugins, and I don't know if they will work. Yeah, well, that's a weird. I'm not the biggest fan of cracked plugins. You know, that's a weird one. It sucks. There's no way around it. Like the subscription for Pro Tools is very expensive, but I can't, it's at the same time, it's like if you can justify the payment in work you're doing, it's totally worth it for me to not learn another DAW, to keep using the thing I know, and to have, knock on wood, I haven't had issues that a lot of people have with like things not working. And anytime that, like the one time I can remember that happened, I did get like Pro Tools support on the phone same day, like crazy, within an hour on the phone helping out, it's a huge benefit. I buy stuff usually because of the customer service and tech support these days, which sounds like something old people say, and it makes total sense though. RME has helped me out plenty of times with their like Florida office tech support that's there every, like Monday through, they might even be there Saturday, but it's definitely Monday through Friday, business hours. You can get someone on the phone to help you diagnose anything. It's pretty amazing. So to me, that is extremely huge. Stelios wrote, I've done some work in Reaper also. Yeah, well, I hear Reaper's a lot more affordable, and a lot of people claim it's better in terms of flexibility, functionality, or, all sorts of stuff that just kind of come with it. That's awesome. And I heard they even have a skin that's like a Pro Tools skin. I don't know much about it. I just know that a lot of people swear by it.
Try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I should've known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. Gonna draw me in. I should've known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should've known then when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should've known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. We're gonna draw me in. I should've known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should've known then when I could could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should've known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine.
No, I gotta try something before I end the stream because I'm really close to being done with what I would call part 1, leaving only fun stuff for part 2. I have to try something though. A part of me is telling me, even though it doesn't look right, that this is better for the lead vocal sound.
I should've known then. I should've known then.
Just, it's interesting. Like, I might just try something real quick.
I should've known then. I'd be addicted to your poison. I should've known then. When I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should've known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine.
I just like, there's something about, it's not even like the filteredness of it, it's the performance. It's a performance thing. Like when I put this here, this is made to then sit in the background when it's here.
I should've known then. I'd be addicted to your poison. I should've known then. When I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should've known then.
It's really close. I don't know. They're probably super close doubles of each other. I'm not too concerned with it now.
I should've known then. I'd be addicted to your poison. I should've known then. When I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should've known. I should've known then. I'd never get another chance with you. I should've known then. I could never be your friend. I should've known then. I'd never get another dance with you. I should've known then. I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
Where's that chorus? Why isn't it kicking in the way I want it? I want punch. Give me that guitar.
Never get another chance. I have died.
It's like big letdown right there. We need more of that. This is actually like, you know, I've been fighting with these guitars all day. I mean, not all day, 4 hours worth, but still, maybe more, 440.
I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
I don't hate that.
I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should've known then. Died. Why have died? you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then.
Any audio interface recommendation, Stelios? Good question. I'd have to say I love my RME UFX3. If you're looking for portability, that Babyface is like 1 in a million because it's so small and it gives you flexibility to do like different, things, because you do get total mix with the Babyface, if I'm not mistaken. So it depends what you're trying to do. Like how many inputs you trying to record? Is it portable? Are you trying to have something permanent in your studio? Like, how you looking with that? Because that makes a big difference. If you just got the M4, right? So that's what you were saying. So if you just got a Mac, I also think I think Apollos work really well on Macs. So if you're really thinking about wanting to use any of the Unison pre stuff like that you get with Apollos, that's an option. And that to me is like, it was always a battle for that. Like when I tried out the Apollo, that was the selling point, and the main thing that was cool is, I tried the X4 out and I thought it was very portable, very sort of, 4 inputs portable is pretty cool. It also, it just, I don't know, I needed more connectivity. For me, it was more about like one rack unit with all the connectivity I could need is better than the portability factor of the X4 at the time. That's what I needed. So I went with the RME UFX3 for its connectivity because it has, like, I could run my whole hybrid setup off it because of the MADI connections, because of all of that. The AES, it's one of the only interfaces. Very few have AES ports, like without buying a separate card or anything. It's, I almost got the Metric Halo interface instead, which has the, you could buy the card for it, but it was a weird like size thing. Like you could get an AES port on the back of the Metric Halo because they sell separate cards and stuff, but there's a lot of features that the UFX3 had that I wasn't also getting with the Metric Halo thing, so I didn't go with that. But the MADI connections is huge to be able to plug directly in, my whole Burl hybrid setup. It's pretty, I don't know, it's just functionality-wise in terms of connections, nothing beat the UFX3 as far as I'm concerned. Also size. The Metric Halo's a nice interface if you're going to keep it in a rack, but that thing is a boat also. Like it's one unit, but it's one of the bigger one units that I've ever seen, like in terms of depth. So if you plan on taking it with you in any sort of travel case or something, like the measurements matter. And UFX3 is much more compact front to back, even though they're both one rack unit. We're really getting into the weeds here, the nitty gritty, but it's stuff I had to think about also. And the Babyface, man. Basic studio setup, mostly for mixing and the converters and preamps. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's like, I know a lot of people who got a lot of great work done using Apollo stuff. However, I don't know. They took some getting used to for me, and I probably didn't take enough time to get used to them. I also didn't. I only used, like, I didn't use the whatchamahoots. What did I do with those freaking things? I'm trying to think now. I think I just used the headphone jack on it to try to, like, because it was for a portable concept when I tried it out, and I was like, if I'm going to use this portable, I just need the headphone jack, like the freaking output from the headphone thing, to be good. And I'm not a fan of headphones, so like the whole thing was like I didn't give it its fair paces, to be totally honest with you, because I never really plugged it into anything to judge even the DA and how that feeds speakers and whether that's dark, like a lot of people say it's a little dark or not. It's very kind of hard to tell. I did feel that they were a little dark because the mixes I did use when I was like testing that thing out, I remember just being like, why is everything I'm mixing so bright? And I think it was a function of the dark. What I was being fed was a lot of dark color in the at least in the headphones and stuff. So it's a tough one. And I have heard people say that too, that it has like a darkness to it, but maybe that was just me and just not being comfortable in headphones yet, and just a slew of bad decisions kind of around it. But yeah, if you're on a PC, RME is great, but I gotta say on a Mac, RME is great too. I've had zero problems with it in terms of connectivity or anything. And anytime I can't figure out how to route something the way I want in Total Mix, they're always on the phone. Like I can get them on the phone anytime. They have a US based office, which is awesome. So I know you're in Greece and they might have support over there too. They're thorough. Like I remember thinking this is a thorough company. So, but Pongmaster saying Mac has core audio and a lot of interfaces work well on PCs, a different story. Exactly. The Apollo has the thing it has going for it is you get to have more flavors going in and kind of sounds you may be familiar with if you like emulations of awesome old school gear. If you like that, there's a benefit to using like unison mic pre's and throwing on a 1073 on your vocal into it on an 1176, and you don't need necessarily to have the gear. Does it sound completely the same? No, it doesn't. But is it way closer than you can get dialing in like this the EQ and compression that comes in the RME? Yeah, it is. It's going to be way closer on the Apollo to the real gear than it will be on the RME. But the RME is super clean. The way I think about it, if you're talking about pre's and converters, like super clean. That's how I would call it. If I'm not mistaken, the Trinov uses the RME like converters on there, like because they need it to be crystal clean. So they're using the same manufacturer of converters, if I'm not mistaken. I could be off on that, but I remember somebody saying that, talking about it, and then I looked it up. I thought I found confirmation that it's basically like, I call them sterile. They have no sound. So call that what you will, but every demo of RME stuff you've heard, I bet it's a similar feel, which is like there is no flavor there. It's flavorless, which is what a lot of people like. But on the preamp side, very clean, solid preamps for like my vocal mics running through the RME stuff on every video I've done since I've been in this room. Crystal clear, clean. I also hit it with a bit of the EQ in Total Mix and a bit of the compression in Total Mix, so it frees up everything else like that, so I can use any piece of gear I have. Whereas prior to using the UFX3, I was running through gear and a Neve preamp to get anything done, because like I wanted it to sound better than going in without anything. And nowadays, using the UFX3 solves a lot of my issues for making things sound the way I like. So you can make it sound good, especially if you want it to sound clean. If you want it to sound dirty and you want it to sound like an API Vision channel strip or a Neve 1073, or there's a magic to the Apollo. Their unison stuff is really cool. So I don't want to go too nutty on it, but that's my thought. That's my take on it. Is like you can get a lot of, if you have no interest in the old school stuff and that's not your thing, I would lean towards the RME stuff. If you're interested in the old school stuff, like you want to run through that kind of stuff and you want that real-time processing, then I'd go with the Apollo probably. But I would also consider that if you buy from a reputable place who you have a relationship with, you could literally try both and get results. Like if it's for mixing or something, put up a mix, run through the Apollo and do like 2 or 3 mixes that way. Then do the same thing on the RME and just see what it feeds your speakers and how that informs your decisions and how you feel about it, because that will answer so many of your questions. It's very kind of similar to like if your speakers are being fed something very dark, you're going to mix bright. And if you hear things too bright and you don't like that, so now brightness it's the opposite. It's just an opposite game. If there's not enough bass in your room, you mix with too much, you put too much bass in the track. So it's the same thing with, I find converters is a little bit like that. If you're getting something kind of blurry and dark, you're going to make it brighter, and you're going to really want things to stick out more than maybe they should. And vice versa. If you have something that's super, bright, you're going to make it darker. Depending on what complements your ears is going to be the thing that you like to use the most. And, if I was going to take something portably, like if I needed something to go with me portably, I probably would go with Apollo stuff, even though the baby face is like so compact. And I might go with Apollo stuff because it will allow me to do the unison thing, and it also gives me the ability to run things outside of the native stuff that you can do now. You also have some chips in a twin. You have some chips in the X4 that you can run more stuff on that's not native, because not every plugin they make is native. So if you like something that's not native, like I think the Thermionic Culture Vulture is not native. There's a bunch of them. The API 550A is not native. You can get the B and the Vision, but so the things that are not native, well, now you can rock that way because you got a couple chips. It's interesting. It's a tough call, man. There's no one interface that's right for everyone, so I hope that helped in some way. They're all every interface today can pretty much make things sound okay. So you don't have to worry about things sounding bad because of the interface you pick. It's literally just the nitty-gritty preference stuff. The little stuff. Little this, little that, little darker, little cleaner. But darker might also be more colorful going in and more colorful on the preamp side, and the other one might be very sterile, which may be good for some things and not for others. Great for a vocal, maybe not as great for a bass or something where you want it to be dirty. I don't know. Things like that. Sorry to blast you guys out there.
That you were gonna draw me in. I should've known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should've known then when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should've known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
That inflator is really pushing the top end of this thing. The guitar is also maybe a little bright, but
Have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should've known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've have known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
The solo at the end is going to get moved around because that's what I do. I don't like things to stay static when they're only on one side. It's not always, but it's definitely how I feel about when stuff's asymmetrical. It should move.
I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Should've known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should've known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should've known then when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should've known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine.
Stelios, the Pong Master. Yes. Pong Master's spot on with that. I appreciate your solid intel, man. This might be the first time I've seen you on the live stream, but a lot of the stuff you drop on here is absolutely cool. Very true. Good additions to the stream world. I like it, man. And Stelios, what you wrote about the Neve EQs are not native, and you really dig them. Some are now. Which ones? Some are. Let's see. Let's just run the EQ jam. No, you're right, actually. Look at that. I was like, no, you're right. They're all not native. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. You know, you have other options from other companies and stuff, but as far as preamps, like to run through their pre's is pretty special. You know, to get close to that without buying the hardware is pretty special, honestly. So, depending on what you're going for, some people buy them just for that. They buy them for that, for the 76 and the 2A. And the 2A and 76 are both native, but, you know, the 550A API is not native. I wonder if they do that by design, now that I'm thinking about it. It's like, is it because to run through? Probably. It's probably part of it. I don't know why they haven't made some native. That's a good question, man. I don't know. Pongmaster, I appreciate that. Pongmaster wrote, "The mix is coming nicely together, man. I worked pro for 2 decades and the studio is closed now, and that's okay. Not many worthy projects around my place, but I like listening to you. I worked very similar." Awesome, man. I appreciate that. I think the picture on your like your profile picture or something, is that a console? It's super small, so I'm judging this based on something that's like the size of half of a dime. My screen is not that big, but in general, next to everybody's name, like the photos are small. And I think I'm looking at a console. What console is that? Is that a console? I don't know, but that's pretty cool. It's I appreciate the compliments, man. It's sometimes songs come together quicker than others. I was talking about this with somebody recently. They're like, "How long does it take to mix a song?" I'm like, "Look, every time I've ever said this is going to be quick because I can tell there's not many things, those mixes take forever. And then the ones where it's like, I have no idea, might take a while, could come together in a couple hours. Like, there's no telling how long things take, but once you start working on it, you'll know. And a lot of times, the more complex arrangement stuff is harder to mix. And when I say more complex arrangement, I mean when things lay on themselves or lay over each other. And it's also how much stuff is interacting. How much push-pull is there on all ends of everything? If there's less of that, if things have more clear defined spaces when they were recorded, it can be quicker to mix. I wouldn't call it easier necessarily, because getting balance right is getting balance right. And there's a lot of times things might, like 2 hours in, 3 hours in, I'm sure this thing sounded okay, but things, start to happen where it's like, man, those guitars are a little dark. I want them to be brighter. Like, okay, this, the kick is a little boomy. I want that to, and these things sort of expose themselves as things begin to sit in place. So how much you have to jump around and keep tweaking really is so song dependent. And it's a lot of things too. It's also your brain that day. And we don't function at 100% every day. It's just, it's not possible. Sometimes we get close and sometimes we're very far away. So I already know, based on where I'm at right now in this mix, I should call it relatively soon, because I was trying to make this a shorter mix. And it seems to me like 5.5 hours is going to be enough. And I think I'm at 5:10 right now. I think I started at 2 on the dot. I can't remember even what time I started, to be honest with you. At this point, I have no clue what time I started. I think it was 2 a.m. Eastern time. I have no real consideration for that, but it might have been. So I'm not sure exactly, to be honest, how long it's been going. But it feels like a good time to call it and kind of come back, because recently I started, I took off the inflator because it was really kind of hit me a little strange. And I noticed a lot of the stuff I was doing was fighting the inflator. And that's a big reason why I will put this stuff on so late in the game. Towards the end. In this case, it's feeling close now. It's feeling close to maybe when I come back to fresh-headed automation with clear ears, fresh head, totally fresh on it. Now that we're fairly dialed around the clock on, EQs, compression, saturation, bass is sitting pretty okay. The drums feel like a drum set. Things are starting to feel pretty good. I can get the performance to jump out a little bit with some automation and a little bit of flavor moves on vocals, perhaps. I'll work on dialing those effects in on the next one.
Could never be our friend. I should have known then. I'd never get another dance with you. I should have known then. I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. that you were gonna draw me in. I should've known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should've known then when I could.
Pongmaster, that was a Studer 963. Really? Amazing. But I had over 10 Studer consoles. Wow, man. That's pretty sick. That's a lot of Studers. That's insane. Then a Neve 5315, then a Neve 8014. 5315. Trying to, what was in that thing? What is that the 33 series EQs in those? The ones that have the green and yellow knobs on them? What's in a 5315? You know what I'm talking about? There's those Neve EQs with they're like green, like they have the green and yellow color on the top of them. Is that what was in those? What was in those? What's in the 5315? I'm curious about that. That's a good. I'm very curious about that. Or is the 5315? Now you're making me want to look it up. Huh. It's a good question, man. I might have to look that up after the stream. 5315.
I should've known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should've known then when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should've known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should've known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should've known then when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should've known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I've died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should've known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should've known then. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. should've known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again.
Just can't help it. I have to experiment with this one thing, which is I'm sending it to the one with a little funky reverb, delay / Bonham triplet thing happening.
Well, I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Well, I have I'm going to hell. I have died. Well, I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
Somehow, some way, I'm sitting at 46% of the chips being used. That's pretty sweet. I don't know how that happened, but it's pretty sweet nonetheless.
Well, I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Well, I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Well, I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should've known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Over again, I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to
Something I don't usually do, but I'm going to try it. I just want to add a touch of compression to rooms. I don't usually do it. It's a little whooshy already. I don't like this freaking whoosh, but I'm just not getting enough out of the overheads. I don't just want to turn the volume up. It doesn't seem like it's doing enough.
Over again, I should have known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Over again, I should have known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died. Over again, I should have known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going over again. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. to your poison. I should've known then, when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should've known then, that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
All right, we're about to call it. I could feel myself doing moves that I may undo later. I'm at a point now where I'm sort of happy, at least. The rooms feel more alive. And I was battling that for a minute, not wanting to bring up whoosh whoosh. And then I was like, you know what? Need a little more rooms in this song. And as a result, we got to compress them. So once I started doing that, I got a little happier. And then right now I just took down a little bit of the aggressive cymbals by 6K-ish, bringing them down. Every other setting should be the same, so I could literally just copy. Let's see. That's pretty close to the same. And this. Taking a ton out of the overheads of that 6K zone. So the overheads have way more being deducted. Awesome. Braxel. Cosmetic. Oh, here we go. That's I was curious about that question there. Cosmetically looking like the 33609 compressor, gray and blue knob cap. Okay. I was trying to place that. Like what like the EQs that are in a 5315. Do you know what kind of EQs those are? I'm curious. Unless they're 5315 EQs and I'm just out of my mind. That's possible too, I guess. Anything's possible. It's Braxel, what's poppin', man? Gold clip. I thought I'd say that as a reminder. Thanks, Brax. I appreciate that. We've got the inflator rocking in this session at the moment, and I'm glad to see you. But we are kind of wrapping up at the moment. I'm gonna do a print of this so I can just kind of hear where it's at, and then with fresh ears, probably tomorrow I'm gonna come in and stream the end of it, the fader automation moves on the VCAs, and maybe some Flavor Town. But any little minor tweak stuff will happen tomorrow, because I could already tell my best decision making is a little bit behind me at this point. So let's hit save session, bada bing. We're gonna print one of these. I'm gonna stick around and be in the chat while this is happening, and because I want to get a listen to it as it prints, and then we will do a final wrap up. So any questions or any of that, throw it in there. Everybody who's taken part in this, I really appreciate you hanging out, being part of this whole thing. This has been a great time, and I appreciate all of you. So hang out. I'm going to be in the chat. Questions, last comments, remaining anything, throw it in there, and we will get to that immediately after this print. So hang tight for a second.
Another chance with you. Should've known then I could never be your friend. I should've known then I'd never get another dance with you. should've known then I'd never get another chance to dance with ya. Never get another chance to dance with ya. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should've known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should've known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should've known then when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should've known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should've known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
Okay, we are back. And as I'm printing that, first thing I noticed was, wow, this thing is like uber loud. There were moments in that where we're at like 5.2 lufs. Crazy loud for no reason, really. It's a symptom of a bunch of things probably, but one of which for me when I see that, I'm like, okay, the inflator has a way of just making everything super loud. But also, I'm curious if I looked at my master fader in a minute, and maybe I need to be adjusting, pulling anything down prior to getting in there. I want to just investigate something real quick before we jam out here. I'm going to basically, I want to see how hot I'm hitting all this stuff, like the sidecar, but especially the tape.
Never be your friend. I should have known that I'd never get another dance with you. I should have known that I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance to dance with you. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
We're getting 2 dB of gain reduction, roughly. Like, there's not a lot happening on this. And then on the 3348, it doesn't feel like there's much happening there either. I'll take it off.
Never be your friend. I should have known that I'd never get another dance with you. I should have known that I'd never get another chance to dance with you.
The 3348 is really rolling off a bunch of top end. That's pretty, it's just softening the top a lot.
Well, I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Well, I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
Which is helpful when these cymbals are being so crazy the way they are. It's sort of helpful. And, you know, some of this, when I look at, I'm like,
Never get enough.
all right, if we're not hitting that too hard and we're not hitting this too hard, how much of this is happening on the inflator? A bunch, I'd say. Probably a lot.
I should have known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should have known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. In a hell, me in. I should have known that. That I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died.
Braxel, I don't know how I do it either, man. It's just because I love doing this. I just feel like, some people are just like, I can't wait to do whatever. I'm like, I can't wait to twist knobs, either whether it's clicking a mouse or on the UC1 in front of me, or I just can't wait to twist knobs, man. So it's easy to stay focused and up and for hours when you like what you're doing, I think. It's just easy to do that.
I never get another chance to dance with ya. Never get another chance to dance with ya. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I never.
I'm taking a little bit of bite off the vocal.
I never get another chance to dance with ya. Never get another chance to dance with ya. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should have known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should have known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should have known then when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should have known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died. And I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should have known then. I'd never get another chance to dance with ya.
That's the distressor parallel. That's what that is. I was like, let's send it in there. We don't have any other compressor on it except for a little bit on the channel. Might be enough, but
I'd never get another chance to dance with ya. Never get another chance to dance with ya. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should've known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should've known then when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should've known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should've known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend.
All right, we're dialed in now.
I should've known then. Should've known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I should've known then.
I love that, like, on the guitar.
I should've known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. Hell, I have died. I should've known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have.
Let's just take down our all bus. This jam right here. This is all for bring down. 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 I'm just gonna bring everything down a little bit so that I'm not so crazy hot getting into all this stuff here. I could do it on the master fader, but I want to keep that kind of at 0 at the moment and only deal with that after I mess with VCAs. It's just how I like to roll. It's like after VCA, sure, no problem. But prior to VCAs, 1/6 down.
I should have known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should have known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should have known then when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should have known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should have known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over and over again. I should have known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should have known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should have known then I'd be addicted to your
Brax, you should have known better by giving me $50. Dude, your sense of humor is one of a kind, man. One of a kind, I'll tell you that. You're not too old, man. It's just what it is. It's just people need to sleep. You're not the first person who's told me, "Hey, man, you need to sleep." Sometimes you do. I love that thing somebody said. It's like, do you know, if you were to express the fraction of the population as a whole number who can live on less than 5 hours of sleep, the answer would be 0. like rounded to the nearest whole number, the answer is 0%. That's how many. But yeah, I know people do it. I spent plenty of nights not getting full amounts of sleep. It's not good for you. I heard that too. It's like really destructive, but it happens. What are we going to do? It's just part of life.
I should have known now.
So yeah, I'm going to call this good for now. And then I plan on revisiting tomorrow for fader moves on automation. But we're going to call this pretty much where it's at. It's just so funny how no matter how I look at it, I like it better with like less of this. Like just less. Less of this inflator, man. It's just so much smoother without that thing.
I'd be addicted to your poison. I should have known now. When I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should have known now that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. Oh, I could never be yours and you could never be mine. Oh, I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Oh, I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Oh, I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. Oh, I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I should have known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should have known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I'd be addicted to your poison. I should have known now. When I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should have known now that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. Oh, I could never be yours and you could never be mine. Oh, I could never be yours. I have died and I'm going to hell. Oh, I could never be yours. I have
Gotta do one thing real quick while I think of it. At least try this out. So we're gonna grab all our guitars, every guitar in sight, and maybe even the bass. Let's grab the bass too. And let's leave the drums alone for now. Maybe we take it out here. Just a little, like, you know, a little wake me up inside right there. A little call my name and save me from the dark. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of punch in the gunch. Just put that vocal on a spotlight. Trying to find the right place to test this out. Feels like right here is where it has to go. Something like that. Let's see if this works. Hold on. Maybe we take it off the drums too. Maybe we do half that and just kind of come in at the end. But the weird thing is there's all these cymbals hanging over everything. So it's going to make it difficult to do this. Slash, it's going to make it a bad idea. And not Slash from Guns N' Roses, just backslash. You know, the worst kind of Slash. The best kind would be Guns N' Roses Slash. It's funny, you hear the triggers. I got to group together too because it's all part of the same joint. It's all part of that. I still don't know if I like this idea. It's interesting. I don't know if I like it. However, I will call it interesting. It's interesting because it doesn't happen every time. It just happens here. So I don't hate it. I find it interesting. It's certainly interesting. It's certainly interesting. I don't know if... I would like it better if there weren't cymbals hanging over that fill. I would like that better. But beggars can't be choosers. We can maybe try to just take that cymbal stuff out, but there's going to be bleed on other things, so it'll probably sound wonk. Simbas, or Simabs. Simabs. 7-minute synapse. It could sound worse than that. Especially if we bump the volume of the snare in automation tomorrow. That would be good. Could do it now a little bit too, and then I won't have to do it then. Let's see. A little goose in the hoose. A little goose in the hoose. Got to be careful. You bring up too much of the bottom snare, you get marching band syndrome. Nobody wants that. Let's take that reverb way up to town. Bring her up.
I should've known then. I should've known then that you were gonna try to fuck me over again. I should've known then that I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy and you were never my friend. I was never your boy. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I was never your boy.
Gotta leave this one. It's a little more interesting, so I can't take everything out of this part. I may take the guitars out only, leave the bass and the drums, because the bass is going, and the drums, if you need to hear that again, and the drums are doing, subadaba, subadaba. So, they're okay, but maybe we don't need this. Maybe we don't need this. Maybe we do. We're gonna find out because we don't know if we need it. Maybe we do.
Never my friend. I was never your boy.
So once you mark with the up and down arrows, you can pretty much click anywhere, bada bing, and it will just, whatever group you grouped will be grouped. Perfect. Say group again. Can't do it. Hang on, we've got a problem. Bass came out. No good. We need to undo. Undoing that group. All right, guitar and bass. We don't want that. We just want this guitar jam.
Never your boy. I was never your boy.
Why am I clicking on that damn bass thing? Now, I don't know if this is cool. We shall find out momentarily. We shall look into whether or not this is in fashion, per se. Not that we give a toot about that. We just want to know if it sounds good. However, I like those terms equating.
I was never your boy.
Let's try it without it.
I was never your boy. I was never your boy. I was never your boy.
I kind of don't hate it. It's coming in all wonked, so let's make it come in a little better than all wonked. At least come in on the downbeat. And now maybe these high guys we leave in. Let's hear these. Let's hear it now. It's interesting. Maybe these don't need to be there. I find it interesting. What you think, Brax? What you think, Brax? The gold clip with the little button. I hit it. Does it do it? It kind of does something for me. I don't know. You tell me. I did say it. Yep. Those are indeed lyrics here. I think the curse part's in here somewhere. I don't know. It just is where it is. Like, it shows up when it wants to. You know what I'm saying? Brax, you like that little cutout? That's what I'm thinking. I'm feeling that cutout.
I was never your boy.
I'm basically just taking out like one guitar that's doing like distortion, maybe doesn't need it, and then acoustics. Taking those out, leaving the high riff, and then we're coming in hard with these big uns. We call them the all beef and no steef. Where is it? Beef. Guitar group of beef. Here we go. That's what I called it. We'll just make sure these are automated up on at least the downbeat so we can get some of that goodness. Just like 1.6 dB. That way it punches us in the gut a little more. Maybe I'll raise them all a little bit.
should've known then.
And let's just hear how our first chorus comes into play. It kind of works. The first one doesn't necessarily need anything. It's big enough, right? Like maybe automate the snare fill, which I'm going to do most of this, some of it tomorrow. Most of, I feel like I keep saying that and then doing it now. But it's like this on a fader could be automated nice, but I won't have to remember to do it necessarily if I just give it a little love now. Guitar and bass. Maybe just on that little fill. Maybe just on that little fill. Let's see. Feels too naked, this one. It's got to come out when the bass starts. Blue new. That's pretty cool. Never get another chance. It's too naked. Never get another chance. Too naked. That's the final decision. Final decision? Final decision. Too naked. All right. There she goes. Now, watch me take off these MM500s and be like, that doesn't sound anything like what I was just listening to. But we're good here. We're going to call this one after we print this. Now that I've made some substantial changes to it, I definitely want to hear those with fresh ears tomorrow. And what I might do is compare it with the other one. Alex Christoph, I appreciate that. Alex wrote, Evan has an unhealthy amount of stamina when it comes to mixing. And then, bro, all the other people mixing on YouTube say to tap out at 4 hours, but we say F the rules here. That's exactly right. Don't ever listen to nobody except yourselves. I don't, like, I'm definitely way past the deep end at the moment. It's, what movie is that from? It's one of my favorite movies of all time, actually. The other movie I quote a lot and drop on here, Point Break. The original Point Break is one of my favorite movies because, one, Keanu Reeves is the man. And everybody knows that, right? But, like, back then, he knew it, but, like, he kills that role. Patrick Swayze kills that role. That's a freaking great movie. It's just, I don't know. I don't know what it is. You know who else kills that? Busey. Busey kills that role. Everybody, they're doing it. Great movie. But anyway, whenever I think about, like, I don't know, what's that scene where they're talking, where I'm trying to place these, like, you're going way past crazy. You're getting into a whole new category. And then one of the guy goes, it's called chop suey. I don't want to say the word in case it gets flagged, but it's called chop suey, son, or something. I don't know. I don't want to say the word, but yeah, You go way past crazy. That's how I feel right now. I'm going way past crazy. Getting into a whole new category. He calls him a chump. No, wait. Is that from White Men Can't Jump? What am I think? I am bugging out right now. In my head, I have White Men Can't Jump and Point Break playing simultaneously, trying to figure out what line that movie is from. Like what movie that line is from. Wow, we're really doing it today. We are doing it. All right, here we go. Printing one of these, and then we shall do our final thoughts. The Tasteful Thickness is back. Dude, you're awesome. Chilling. Make something that goes sweet, sweet, and then sweet, woo. Yes. Yes. Make sure to check on the cat. Dude, he hasn't been trying to break in, so we're doing okay. When the cat tries to bust down the door, you know you're having, the cat's like, call it. Feed me. Something, But we're doing okay. The Tasteful, honestly, I love stuff like that. Shwiggity-shwee, and then shwiggity-woo. That's next. Catch the next stream tomorrow if you're down, because it's going to be way shorter now that we've done most of the work right now. In an attempt to do less, I wound up doing more like usual, and I plan on hitting it with some flavor stuff tomorrow. That's where you're going to catch all those shwiggity-shwee and shwiggity-woo. We're going to hit them like crazy. A little bit of flavor, not a ton, honestly. This song doesn't need much. Ton of, a couple little flavor moves, maybe some automation moves, and we're gonna put this one in the can. So hopefully I lowered everything enough where it won't look like a giant block. I don't typically like when my tracks look like a giant block. This thing was hitting -5 lofts too often. I was like, that's a little... Come on, Inflator. That's pretty much... I was like, what's going on, Inflator? You serious? You serious, Inflator? Like, are you serious? Let's see what's... Why the hell I have died. Hell I have died. Why I have died. And I'm going to hell I have
known then that you were gonna draw me in. I should have known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should have known then when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should have known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I could never be yours. I have died. Exciting stuff right there. Where that dropped out, I didn't expect it. So that's how I know it's good, because I was like, woo! It just might need a little better fade right before the drop, so I'm glad I wasn't printing on that one. I'll tell you the truth. I don't know if you noticed it, Brax. I hit the button. First time I ever hit that button, the low-pass filter button, I done hit it. I mean, unless it's always on and I just turned it off, I don't know. I think I hit it. I've never turned this low-pass filter on the clipper on. I didn't even know it was there until Braxel pointed it out. And I just hit it. So hallelujah. He hit it. Good man. Bada bing. It's where the way it cuts out, maybe that moment needs to slide back a smidgen. Maybe a smidgen or splidgen. Let's see. It's kind of cool. I don't hate it.
Maybe he hates it a little. I don't know. We're going to find out. Hold on. Let's see. You guys wanted the craziest? Well, you got the craziest. Feels a little more natural, a little less of an even flow down and more of a floop, like the way a guy might play the note and then take his hand off. Maybe still slightly unnatural, like a robot would play the note. Let's see. What I love about this is we can swoosh it and just kind of get a little. You notice? Look at the difference. Look at the wave. Bada bing. Just with a little tug of the draw, just a little tug of the string, a little flick of the wrist. Let's move the bass a little too. A little snap crackle. Let's move all the bass, shall we? What's with this little partial bass move? Do all the bass at once. I will. Perfect. The song seems to be giving me that energy now. I was never your boy. I like that sick bass fill. I was never your boy. I was never your boy. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. I was never your boy. I want the energy to climb. We gotta slightly step this up. And then Andy Wallace style, one super loud snare. Just this one. Don't ask me why stuff like that makes me feel so happy, but like I'm so aware that all you got to do is hear it once to like be like, oh, that snare is loud and cool. And then like the next one can be lower. It doesn't much matter. Like that'll be negative. You know, they're a dB apart, you know, sue me, dB apart. But then we're creeping down. Loud, dB down, dB down. See what I'm saying? Bada bing, bada boom. By the time it gets there, you won't even know it's down. It'll be up. You get me. Maybe you get me. Where's that guitar, though? Like, come on. Come on, beef. Hold on. Not all the guitars. Take it easy. Take it easy, all guitars. Where's the beef? Group of beef. Here we go. There's our beef. And it looks like this could be our problem too, is this is really where I need the goose to lay its golden egg on that note. As opposed to, it's like a pickup. It's like Smells Like Teen Spirit. It's like bon and not. It's on an upstroke. I think it's on an upstroke. Is it on an upstroke? Feels like it might be on an upstroke. Bon and not. Down and a don. It goes on and on. I think that, I don't know. Now I have to pick up the guitar. Was it on and on? Or is it would make sense to just be like bon and on, but it feels like it might be an upstroke. You guys feel me on that. Now, this is something I don't always do, but I do it sometimes. And what is that? Snare verb comes up in the choruses when you've got super dense parts. Reason being, the air around the snare gets eaten up. The air around the snare. That was a movie with Kevin Bacon. The air up snare. The air up there, right? With Kevin Bacon? I think so. Back in the day. For sure. And Dikembe Mutombo? I think so. I think we're getting somewhere now. Yeah, there's just something about distorted guitars eating up all the air on a snare. So what does that mean? It means you may have to boost the verb if you want to continue make length. If you need that snare to go and not or or just like it's just dying. You need length in a part that has a lot of the air being eaten up by that distorted guitar. I think there we go. What do we got here? We got some good stuff. I just add Valhalla for that Flava Flav. A little sprinkle of grind, then we serve it up like Timu Salt Bay. Yeah, yo. There's Valhalla's great, for like the little plate stuff I do in Audio Suite. You could use Valhalla. You could use our verb, if that even exists. You could use any reverb plugin. I like the Abbey Road plates. I used to use those all the time prior to being the biggest little plate advocate this side of the Delaware. I am a huge fan of little plate, but prior to that, I was all about Abbey Road plates. The Abbey Road plate, the EMT is one of my favorites. But yeah, any of them work. But as long as you use it Audio Suite wise, like don't just throw the plugin on the track. Do it in Audio Suite so that you can really control where things start and end. That's the key. And if you want to catch what I'm talking about, check that out on tomorrow's stream, 100%. Now that we're in the game, all right, so M2 being printed as we speak, and then we'll do our wrap-ups and get out of here. So anything in the chat, throw it in there. I appreciate all of y'all. I appreciate. That is I did like the button, Brax. Like I thought, I don't know, I can't tell exactly what it's doing yet, but if it says LPF, like I think it might say, it's like avoiding the saturation on the top end, maybe? Like, in other words, it's on the button that really kind of controls the saturation flavor, how much of the signal gets saturated. That's the clipper button. Like this part right here. Classic, you notice the curve, and then if you were to click modern, notice how it starts lower, and then if you click hard, it's going to start at the top, and, it's just like a hard knee. And the soft knee starts working earlier. So if you look at it like this is a soft knee, but this is starting to work even earlier. It's a different shape. So I think the reason they have that on, I can't tell if it says on, off, or LPF or what. I think it says LPF, which to me would mean it's going to avoid saturating somewhere on the top because it's adding a low-pass filter for the clipper on the top. It's not just rolling off the top. kind of like the flavor of the box tone thing softening the top a bit, which I do dig. This is different because it's on the clipper button. Like the placement of it, I think matters. So I don't know exactly what it does. I didn't read the manual. I probably should have, but there's definitely some magic there. And when I was just toggling it on and off, I kind of liked it with the button pressed. So yeah, to answer your question, I kind of dug it. So let's print this and then we'll do final closing thoughts here. Let's run it. Here we go. And this is definitely going to be, I can't wait to have fresh ears on this thing, because at this point, especially with the amount of headphone mixing I've done on this one, more than usual. I sort of was using this song as a way to get comfortable with these headphones also, because it's one thing I don't use them enough to get comfortable with them, and I definitely should. So tomorrow's fresh ears are going to tell me a lot. Right now, I'll listen on the ATCs as we print it. So M2, wait, 13, 14, yeah, okay, we're in the right place. Interlead, 24, 96, okay, all good. So here we go. I'll be right here listening to this thing, and then we'll run it. No water, no bathroom this time. Interesting. Very cool, though. Here we go. Running it.
The chance with you, should've known then I could never be your friend. I should've known then I'd never get another dance with you. I should've known then I'd never get another chance to dance with you. Chance to dance with you. Never get another chance. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died and I'm going to hell. I have died. You were gonna draw me in. I should've known then I'd be addicted to your poison. I should've known then when I could never ever get you ever out of my mind. I should've known then that I could never be yours and you could never be mine. I
Wow. I appreciate you guys sticking with me, and I am very excited to take a fresh look at this tomorrow, but I could already tell based on just looking at it, it's looking way more the way I like my tracks to look, which is have a little bit of life in there, man. Just a little more life in there. And way better on the meters in terms of crazy loudness. I'm going to compare the two tomorrow, though. Don't think I won't. Definitely will. That earlier one and then the later one, and see if that stuff made enough of a big difference for me. I definitely, I'm excited to finish this out with some fader moves and stuff tomorrow. It won't be a long one. I could tell already. It'll be relatively short. And I probably won't. I may listen once before we do the stream, but I won't touch anything that way. Like it'll be picking up exactly where we are right now without any changes made at all prior to that stream starting. So that's version M2, and I could already tell there's a couple things I might do, like the vocals in the verse. The lone lead could come up a smidge in the verse, but most of the time the vocals feel a little loud to me. Actually, I might want to bring them down a little. In the denser parts, they feel like they stick out a little bit. Maybe even, I don't know. I got to listen to it with fresh ears because my head's telling me like contradicting things all over the place. What's going on? Video Make Noke 2424? What's poppin'? Or it's not video, it's Vito. Awesome. You missed the Schwiggy Schwoo, indeed, man. You missed it. I like that. I hear every you and every me from Placebo for sure. That's cool, man. With a secret country sprinkle, don't tell no one. Agreed. Don't tell no one. But yeah, it's an interesting flavor. It's a weird song, and I like weird. Personally, I'm a big fan of weird. You can't make things weird enough for me, as far as I'm concerned. That's what makes me interested, is the weird stuff. Forget what album by Of Montreal, but there was this Of Montreal album I listened to like crazy because I thought it was just weird enough to play all the time. So I had the record and I wore the thing out. It warped pretty severely on me, and that's why I had to stop playing it. But it was it was anyway, weirdness. But yeah, man, I'm a huge STP fan, so any version of Sounds Like STP sounds good to me. Nasally or not, I like it. That's cool. It's all good. But yeah, this was crazy. Braxel, I'm glad you dig it too, my man. I'm glad you dig it. I'm happy you guys hung out, stuck around. Let me thank a bunch of people that contributed to the amazingness of this stream. The Tasteful Thickness, dude, you're extremely welcome over here. I really appreciate you checking it out. You're awesome. Braxel and Vito, even though you just showed up, you're awesome too. Alex Christoph, you're the man. You stuck with this thing for a long time. We had a nice time doing this. Pongmaster, Stelios. Yeah, Pongmaster. I think this might have been your first stream over, like, watching in the chat and stuff. All I could tell you is you contributed a lot too. This was awesome. Stelios, same with you. Braxel, as always, that's the deal. You're the man, and I love it when you come through. Your sense of humor keeps things alive. And what else? GDP helped us out in the beginning getting going, but he's on like Flight City, moving and shaking. So he helped us get going, and like every time I got GDP by my side, I know it's going to be solid. And the dude just, gave us the checks in the beginning, and that's awesome. Love to hear that stuff, that the sound in the video is good, and then I feel confident about it. But yeah, man, this is good stuff. And Niles, can't forget about Niles Pache 1734, Right Sound Studios. Right Sound Studios was with us for a long while too. And here we go. We got Simi2443 said, like, and this is a comment I don't even remember, but yeah, Simi2443, thanks for joining, man. You're awesome also. This is And yeah, sometimes I do. I was just looking at a comment I didn't see before, but yeah, why don't you make a bus for overhead so you don't have to copy settings? Because it's easier to make to just copy the settings. It's also easier to just group it in globals and then move one to change one thing and move them both. I do both sometimes. It's whatever. I don't like to send things to buses kind of unnecessarily. That's the shortest reason. It's easier to copy a plugin than to just kind of always have this extra bus for no reason in my world. So no right answers, but yeah. Vicchio Beats, what's going on, man? And I appreciate you checking it out. A bunch of this was a weird time for a stream. Usually I start at 8 p.m. This was like a 2 a.m. stream start or something like that. I don't remember what time it was when we started, but yeah, this was a good one. Toeman 7729. And if there's anybody here I forgot, I said Niles already. I'm just gonna. If there's anybody I forgot, I apologize, and I will make sure to get you on the next one. Here we go. Also, no bit toolkit or something like that. No bit toolit. That dude. Thanks for joining, checking it out. I appreciate that. And XC Fly. Also, Armang Ribian. Something like that. Armand Gribian. I'll get it one of these days. That sounds about right. Armand Gribian. And yes, and thank you as always, GDP. Everybody who checked this out, I really appreciate it. This was awesome. We're going to be doing constant streams like this, and my number one goal is to keep this stuff a little bit shorter. I know I didn't really achieve that this time, but sometimes when I get going, I just don't want to stop either. But yeah, the goal for me is to split these up into two even length streams, like 4 hours, or something to that effect. 3 hours, 4 hours, 4 hours, 2 hours, something like that. That's the goal, and we'll get there. We will get there. Some songs take longer than others, and this is a particularly weird song, so it was going to kind of be like that. We kind of knew it. But yeah, man, Braxel, happy to do the stream. This going in, all the planar magnetic. Yeah, I think these are planar magnetics, aren't they, or something? I think so, but this was, honestly, I learned a lot by using these for as much of the time as I did on this stream. So I may be doing that a little more until I get super comfortable with those. But yeah, I appreciate you guys watching, checking it out. You're awesome. Everybody's awesome. Tasteful Thickness, you made this stream great. Thanks, man. Same with you, Alex, Christoph, Braxel, Stelios, and everybody else I just mentioned. You guys are all awesome. So without further ado, the final words. Also, I have to mention, there's a Discord coming. We already have it set up, and I'm not exactly sure what to do with it yet or what it does. I have no idea. I know less about that thing than I know about rocket science. I know nothing about that. So we will figure that out, but it's, Custom Cut Studios, you'll find it over there, and there'll be like nobody, that knows about it yet except for you guys. So you're the select few. If you're on Discord, check it, hit the thing, add us, whatever you do over there, and I'll accept it. I got to figure out that thing. It's going to be great. So anyway, it's just the name Custom Cut Studios. That's the server and the whatever. It's the whole thing. So you guys are awesome. All right. Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. Remember, everybody can do this. Keep having fun. Throw up a song, work on stuff. Don't ever get bogged down with the nonsense. Listen to great music when you do. And, make a note of all your favorite bands and stuff so you can just like look at that from time to time. For some reason, it makes me feel great to like just looking at the names of the albums and the artists somehow gives me like joy. It's weird. Like you'll see it, then you'll hit a memory. It'll be like instant. You'll get some memory from some time where that song you played in your life. It's almost all it takes. You don't even need to hear the song to like get something from that. It's really interesting. Anyway, you guys are awesome. Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. You guys got this. All right. Everybody take it easy, and I'll catch you on the next one, which is probably going to be tomorrow. So talk to you guys soon. Later. You guys got this. Take it easy.